Call this meeting back to order. You got a pair of what? Call this meeting to order. All right, next on the agenda we have, where's my agenda? The Community Development Block Grant and Home Funding First Year Action Plan, fiscal year 1920, first of one reading. Why is it now? Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
The consolidated plan sets forth the goals that support community development over a 5-year period. And the consolidated plan for CDBG and home was approved by City Council last year. Each year of the consolidated plan, there's an action plan. And so we are bringing forth the action plan for the 2019-2020 plan year, and this encompasses the funding that we receive as entitlement from HUD for both CDBG, which all remains within the city of Charlottesville, and for the home budget that is part of the TJPDC consortium, of which ourselves and the 5 surrounding counties receive those funds. The action plan is currently gone through a 30-day comment period. And so we've had one set of comments which we're integrating into the document at this point in time. And we are here for a public hearing this evening from City Council. This went for hearing at the Thomas Jefferson Planning District last Thursday, and received support to move forward at that point in time. So staff is here to provide assistance with any questions that may arise, as well as to hear any additional public comment that might result from the public hearing this evening.
Okay.
Mayor Walker, I just have a point of clarification that I'd like to ask, and I don't know, this could be Mr. Blair, but I see that there are 2 resolutions here. One is for the approval of the annual action plan, and Ms. Creasy, I don't know if you're the one to answer this too, and there's a resolution for priority neighborhood funds for Belmont. So do we do those consecutively, or do we do those one at a time or together?
I would do those one at a time.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions from council? All right, I would like to open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak? All right, and close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I move we adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2019-2020 annual action plan.
Second.
And let me see. Are there any further discussion? Nope. All right. So call for a vote. All right. Carries 4-1. Thank you.
I move we adopt a resolution of the priority neighborhood funds for Belmont in fiscal year 1920.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? And this is the street, the sidewalk. Is that, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to keep it together in my head. All right. So any further discussion? All right, call to vote. All right, and that carries 5-0. All right, thank you. We have the next public hearing is to amend the conditions for closing a portion of Coleman Street right-of-way. And it's the first of 2 readings, and a presentation by City Attorney.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Walker. Before you tonight is an ordinance that has been updated since August the 6th, 2018. For your background, the council on August 6, 2018 did approve closing a portion of Coleman Street. But in that ordinance, it stated that a storm sewer as well as a sanitary sewer lines that were existing would be incorporated into the project that Habitat for Humanity was going to use. Since that time, Habitat for Humanity has obtained a variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals. That variance may allow them to build more units on the parcels in question. And if they do build 6 units instead of 2 units, it is possible they may not use the existing sanitary and storm sewer lines. And therefore, this proposed ordinance before you would allow them the flexibility, if they don't want to use the sanitary sewer and storm sewer lines, to either tie into those, or they may use different sanitary or storm sewer lines, and that at their cost, at the developer's cost, not at the city's cost, if they want to, in fact, change the layout of the sewer lines.
I do have a point of clarification, if I may. So, and because it's fresh in my mind because of some of the issues coming up in the Fry Spring neighborhood where there is a proposal to have their own sewer treatment plant, basically. This is still going to be tying into some public municipal system.
Correct. This would be tying
Regardless, this
into
is-
the city system.
It just gives them different directions they can go in.
Yes.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. So we'll open it up for a public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak?
Hi, I'm Mandy Burbage. I'm the Land Development Coordinator for Habitat for Humanity. And I wanted to just let you guys know that I was here in case you did have any questions specific to what we were planning to do. And just remind you guys, since it's been a few months, that we came in July requesting vacation of the right-of-way, lamenting the fact that we wouldn't be able to build 6 units of affordable housing because of the by right setbacks for that zoning district. And we were able to get the front and side yard setbacks reduced by the Board of Zoning Appeals so that we can still be off of critical slopes and build 6 dwelling units instead of 2. So that was, that's what we were able to achieve. But the right-of-way vacation ordinance you all acted on referred to a plat that showed those easements where the utilities currently are. So we just wanted to create more flexibility in the ordinance language. But I'm happy to answer any other questions you guys might have about our plans for development, if you have any.
I just want to say that's great news.
All right, any other questions? Or anyone else here to speak on the public hearing? All right.
This is the community hearing, right, at the end?
No, this is about Coleman Street and Habitat Project. Okay. So is there anyone else here who would like to speak? All right, so closing the public hearing, and so this is a no vote, so it'll just go on the consent agenda for next. And so everyone
Okay.
supportive? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, next we have a report, update from the city manager's advisory on organizational equity.
You ended so quickly. You see all these people running who've been waiting. They're like, man, how did that happen? Mayor Walker, I'm going to make a few introductory comments, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Dimick to make a presentation to you all. The council is aware that at the very beginning of my time as the interim city manager, I expressed that, we would focus on customer service and on equity issues. And I started that with a discussion at the council meeting about the many kind of metrics by which we can know that Charlottesville, we have some significant equity issues and some racial disparities. And while for me, having spent most of my career in human services and then coming to the city manager's office 4 years ago, most of our energy has been focused on those metrics and on the work that different groups could do or the city could do to change those metrics. I was interested in a little bit different approach where we say, what about our house? And that is, we have found it more comfortable often to evaluate programs and nonprofits and evaluate them rather than ourselves. And so that's the basis for this work. And I'm extraordinarily grateful to Ms. Dimick and Ms. Green, Matthew Murphy, for leading some community volunteers, many of which who are here, Jordy Yeager, Andrea Douglas, Kelly Palmer, Dave Saunier. Did I miss anybody who's waited all this time? Lance Blakey. So, and they've done great work in really, over the last many months, capturing three things for us. One is to do a brief scan of our internal departments and ask them some key questions so that we can know where we're starting from. Two is to look out in the world and see, we keep hearing about equity tools, and I know we've talked about this sometime over the past year or two. Dr. Bellamy has brought that to you. I've talked about it. And to really look at what's happening in other communities. And then third, a lot of the meat of the agenda memo is about looking at what are we doing as an employer. And so with that context, I turn it over to Kaki to talk a little bit with you all about what the group has found thus far and what I believe is a lot more work that the city needs to do on equity going forward.
Hi, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening. As Mike suggested, we started with doing some review and analysis of what other communities are doing around equity, particularly in local government. And there are two approaches. One is to think about like your equity profile, so your impact in your community, and the other was to have this really internal view. There are fewer of those municipal governments looking internally. It's hard to do that. And so we looked at some internal organizational assessment tools and started to borrow some questions and tools that other communities were using. We took a lot from Austin, Texas, who had recently done a voluntary organizational assessment, and so we asked all of our department leads to complete one for their department, and it had the list of questions is in the memo. It was a fairly wide-ranging group of kinds of questions with two important questions, very important questions being there. One is to ask whether the demographics of the employees in that department matched the community, and then the second would be, do the demographics of that department match their actual consumers, because that can be different from department to department. And we also asked a number of questions around culture. And then we moved on to looking at demographics for employees, and then matching salary to that group of demographics. This is a first look. There's a lot more sort of analysis to be done, but there's a number of charts in your memo that demonstrate that we have pretty consistently people of color make less than the average salary across bands, while white employees make more than the average across most of those bands. There are some notable exceptions, but it's significant, and it reflects a concern. What it shows us is that something is happening, but it doesn't show us why. And so that is another set of questions for us to ask and get curious about as we move forward. This group also then studied other kinds of tools for how municipalities improve their internal processes for getting to equity. So decision-making processes, how do you make sure that you're considering who is impacted, what kinds of things, who's paying for the process, both in terms of costs to communities, but also in terms of practical costs. These are often called equity impact tools. And so this group has met and had pretty wide-ranging conversations using all of these data points and had come up with sort of 4 broad areas for recommendations. And the first would be to implement best practices around diversity, equity, inclusion in all areas of the organization. HR has a particular sort of ownership around some of these things because of recruitment, training, and support, also staff promotion, leadership opportunities for staff. But there are lots of ways in which diversity, equity, and inclusion can improve all of the departments, and particularly in customer service areas. And the second would be to have an Office of Equity and Inclusion that would include staff. So that one of the big concerns is these kinds of offices often are standalone. So someone carries the flag for sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion, but it doesn't necessarily get embedded in all aspects and all sort of processes or practices or decision-making across the organization. And so this group has initially felt like that would need to be a pretty well-staffed and well-authorized and empowered group of folks to make some changes across the organization. And then to use an equity impact assessment tool, there was a lot of looking at kinds of tools, whether that would be embedded in like a council memo that sort of think about like an environmental impact study if you were going to build something. So thinking about an equity impact study, having a really robust understanding of the kind of impact in our community any one of our decisions will make, our practice decisions or program decisions or investments. And then finally, to do some pretty significant improvement around the way we do community engagement across the board. That's been one of the most consistent sort of implementation strategies across local governments. But it is clear that this group also thinks we need to prepare our context for any one of those changes, that those changes could be pretty significant, and that we need to make sure that we're preparing staff for the change in expectations around behavior and for performance outcomes. And so there's a recommendation around training and support for that before we get going on any one of these concrete kinds of steps. Any questions?
Outstanding. I'm really glad that we were able to use a lot of the models from Austin. I know when I went out there, I was absolutely blown away by their tools that they're using as well as the staff that they have. And they started small. I mean, they had just one director, Brian, and then I think he has 4 staff members, and they do a lot of work in Austin. It's like twice the size of us. One question I had, though, in regards to the great work, sorry, let me back up. Thank you, Mr. Murphy, Ms. Dimick, Ms. Green, everyone else who's been involved, because this is really important. I know you all have been you all have been convening community members and whatnot, and I'm just wondering, what is the next step in terms of diving down into the folks who may be affected by these policies, but may not have been as open to joining the groups and coming in, participating in the roundtable discussions? That's one question. And secondly, some time back I sent to my colleagues on council a proposal for a LGBTQ advisory or equity advisory panel, and I was wondering if there was any way for that to be rolled into this. I think that's a population in which we often leave out when we're talking about equity. And while there's discussion about how we can support them, I think it would behoove us to have a specific advisory group, similar to how we have with the Minority Business Advisory Task Force, us having an LGBTQAI advisory task force as well, so that they can tell us specifically what's needed.
Well, this group's next steps really have to do with defining that preparation, sort of what is it that we would like to provide to the organization and to staff to help prepare them for some of these eventual changes and recommendations, the implementation of these recommendations. And so beyond that, this group is looking for guidance about how to move forward with that, so that's well taken. I do think that it is, for a lot of communities, very similar to Charlottesville, that the approach to equity has been to address racial equity first as a way of priming the pump for being able to look at equity for all. So there's most of the communities who are doing this sort of maybe started a little bit before us. I think about Seattle and Portland are a little bit further ahead, but this is relatively new work for everybody. And so whether that's a promise that actually pays out in the end, and whether if you approach racial equity first, you get to equity for all, I think is still a reasonably open question because this is relatively new work. I do think it would be that there's nothing that says that we can't sort of be more inclusive in our approach, but our approach has been, because the issues around racial equity are so present, current, and engaged in all of the aspects of the work that the community, that the city is delivering, we started there. So, well taken, so we can expand.
First things first.
Maybe,
Okay.
yeah.
And if I have a question, so, Mr. Mick, thank you, and Mr. Murphy, this is great work, really amazing collection of data, and the recommendations are very clear. Now, what do you need from us? Do you need us to basically, in a way, move to accept your recommendations as you've outlined them on page 92 of our document? Or is this just is there any action right now? Because I do believe that this is almost in the form of a resolution that we could adopt, but it's not quite.
It's not, I don't think the group feels like we're quite
Okay.
there yet. I think that needs to be some more sort of going back and gaining some clarity about what the recommendations are, but also
Okay.
our recommendations for sequencing a preparation. Do we have to do all of this work around sort of preparing staff to have a conversation around these issues in a really robust and meaningful way before we implement any one of these other tools? Or can there be sequencing that's a little staged? And so this group would like some more time before it makes formal recommendations. This is an update and also an opportunity for us to take some direction as well if there's something you'd like us to include in the future.
So I have some from looking. So in the first part of the memo, right under, as an organization, we must create effective internal operations. One thing that I just think we need to express, even though we are acknowledging that there are some internal issues, is that the city has perpetuated these behaviors. So I think that we just need to. I would have liked to have seen that. Here, along with like our role as public service. We've become a community where Black and brown babies, just the acknowledgement of the practices and policies coming from the city government have
We haven't gotten it right.
at all. And you don't have to say it all, but I'm just, The other thing is just looking at the data, just kind of trying to figure out in terms of, I think it was 6, right? Which, hold on, let me find it. Yeah, the first chart, racial distribution of city employees, the 935, and was under the city salary analysis, was that supposed to be 953 or 930?
It's 9:35.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry, I just had that. But my question is just how much those 6 individuals at the top, I would like to know just how much they are skewing the numbers for the rest of the, I guess, 214 employees. Because based on the chart, a couple of pages over, it seems as if it's just a few, maybe $3 or so difference in the average.
Are you talking about the other category, the number of employees in the other category?
No.
Am I-
So
I
under,
think the mayor's
Table is a-
saying because there are 6 African Americans in the management band.
Oh, yes.
When we,
I see.
if we were to exclude those salaries, do they kind of bring the averages closer to the rest of their white counterparts.
We do on Table 8,
Well, not
actually.
closer, because I don't think that's gonna happen, but I just wanna know what that number.
So, yeah, Table 8 gets to that by pay band, so it takes out that group at the top, that management group. And I will say that of all of the groups to use to draw conclusions, the management band is the one it's hardest to draw some sort of conclusion based on those numbers.
Yeah.
And so they do skew, which is why we looked at all four of the bands. And so on Table 8, you can see if you take them out, you can see the difference in the deviation from the average salary by pay band by race.
Okay. All right. And,
And I will say that almost 60% of the African-American employees that we have are in the professional and technical bands and not in management or
yeah.
protection.
And so
Yeah,
that's why I was wondering.
It does have
how-
a skewed, yeah.
Yes, how those numbers were affecting. And the temporary employee, do I need to read my disclaimer here?
Oh, no,
Everybody
we know
knows.
it, we know it, yeah.
But just to, I mean, I think that's an area that we really, need to pay attention to, is how the city has been using individuals for, and what that looks like. And my next question is the internal assessments and how much time, I hope the group is, and especially internal management, how much time we're going to give individuals to get on board with this, and what does that look like? Because we're talking about adults, and I'm not going to call people old, but I'm just older
Well,
people.
I will say that,
Okay.
one of the reasons for being here tonight is that, the department heads, in all fairness, haven't had this as a lens by which they might expect to be evaluated, right? And while this was extraordinarily important to me during my time as the interim city manager, that time is soon coming to a close. And while I'll still be with the city, I want the council to understand the importance of the work, and in part, know that I hope that Dr. Richardson and I will agree that this work continues, right? And that it'll be an important way that we evaluate the performance of the department heads going forward. And so there has to be expectation before there can be evaluation. And I think that we've created some amount of expectation now. We did take a snapshot at the beginning. And part of the reason that the group is saying we need to build more foundation is because, quite frankly, the snapshot could be better. We have more work to do before we can do the heavy lifting, is how I would best put it.
And so my challenge there, because I have one, is just the expectation to be evaluated, right? And for us to really get this work done, you're going to have people in positions who get this at a certain level. If you're training people, if you are letting them know what they're going to be evaluated on and then evaluating them on that, there's going to be someone who has to carry it. And so, I mean, what I'm thinking about right now, a newborn, you have to do everything for. There is a person that has to carry that load versus someone who is no longer a newborn, who is able to do things on their own and help other people, figure that out. Where we are in this, in the world today, hopefully, I mean, you hear that people are looking at equity, inclusion. This isn't the first time. So we often talk about this as if this is something, new. I know we are doing maybe things for the first time, but if you look at historically, there have been moments throughout history, almost every decade, where people have attempted to do this work. And I know that I'm not a very patient person, so I'm putting that in perspective, but I also know that you have to have the right people at the table to really shift an organization. And I just would like for the group to explore what does at what point is it clear that maybe the leaders that are in place maybe can't do this work, and how are you all going to evaluate that? And that's one of the questions that I do have.
Our last two meetings have been a robust conversation about exactly that. How can you have performance expectations? At what point will we have provided enough information, guidance, training around our expectations where we could say, now, we expect you to get it now, and we're doing this because it's the right thing to do for sure, but in the end, we're doing this because we anticipate it affecting all of those things on the first page, right? We are doing this because we anticipate that improving our internal equity structures and understanding will improve the way we deliver services to our community and outcomes for our community. And so we can't afford to have it just be a couple of people to get it. We really have to figure out a way to create a plan where this is embedded in the way we do business. This really is a lens with which we see stuff all the time, not just on one day or around one particular issue or one particular neighborhood. And so finding the way to get there, managing our collective impatience, because we share that, but also providing as much bedrock as we can so that we can have that expectation in a really realistic way, is going to take several years of work. And so I'm not saying we don't implement the tools in several years, but that this year we mapped out today at our equity meeting, we mapped out like a 4-year process where we were thinking year one, every single employee gets blank. And we support with the following ways. Year 2, every single employee gets this, and we support in the following ways. We really talk about ways that this becomes an implementation strategy and not just a thinking strategy. So you bring up a great point. I don't know that we certainly don't have an answer now, but it is what we've been wrestling with right now, is how we get to this place where we can prepare for really meaningful use of whatever tools we recommend.
See, I think to that point, it's commendable, but I do think that there is value in us getting outside consultation or having discussions with other groups and entities who are indeed doing this work. For example, there's a group, BGR, out of North Carolina, who they basically train governments on how to look at equity tools. There's groups out of DC. I mean, I've been to a ton of these trainings. There's so many people doing it, but in any event, I think it's one thing for us to have access or get information from analyzing other cities and municipalities, but that's another for the city staff or even the lead team going and undergoing certain training, or even the counselors for that matter. We need to go through equity training to see how we analyze it.
But
okay, we need to go through
I just
equity
wanna
training.
say that.
No, you need it too.
We have talked about field trips, where we would want to go, and we have applied to become members of GARE, so that we can benefit from that collective wisdom of other communities doing this kind of work. And so that's a government
GARE is known as
alliance
the
for
gold
racial equity.
standard
Exactly.
in equity training. GARE is, someone asked me the other day.
And
why
so
we're
just
part of
my
GARE.
kind of challenge to what you're saying now, Councilor Bellamy, is, I look at the citizens who are spending their time, on this committee, and I think it's whether outside groups could, give better information than they would. I would probably say no. I think the challenge is the city going to listen to what the information that they receive from the group, rather than whether we need someone from outside of the area to come in.
Well, it's challenging. It's difficult. The city, change in all municipalities are often met with resistance when you're talking specifically about race. We've dealt with it firsthand. Talking about race oftentimes brings about a reaction in which makes individuals say, no, not me, not us, not here. And then there's patterns and steps in which you have to go through to get to different points. I do think, though, our community is more open to having these discussions and even looking at different ways in which we must operate from a not only political but philosophical perspective than many other localities. And other localities are doing even more than us. So if we're in a better place to be able to be open and deal with this stuff, which I think we are, then I think that we need to go forth with doing it. And I think it's a both. It doesn't have to be an either or. Like, we all need to go through the equity training, but there also needs to be
Why do you keep
community
saying we?
equity. Because you are part of us, and
No.
we need to go.
Because this is part of the problem. It's when you, and I really do feel this way, I don't need an equity training.
Why not?
So we're not going to say we to make everybody else feel comfortable. You can say you and them,
Okay.
but I'm not an individual who feels that this is where I need to spend my time. So why are you saying we? Why do you feel like you need it? Maybe you can address that with.
We have that
but-
discussion. We'll have that
Okay.
discussion later.
All right.
In any
And
event.
and the training is really, how do we help other people learn it, right? And so whatever our perspectives might be, how do we help coach staff in all categories, particularly in managers and supervisors, to be able to support this as a mechanism for improving and changing the way that we implement our work. And so some of that is not about getting the equity lens ourselves,
Yeah.
but about helping figure out how we get that to other people.
Yeah.
I just want to emphasize, right, this is about, at the end of the day, how are we best going to serve
For-
the citizens,
Yes.
right?
Right.
And that's
Yes.
by a huge kind of change in our practice by
Mm-hmm.
making this a primary lens, right? Because I could tell you that beginning of the document, all those markers, those are things I said in August, right? And that's because I know that I've been involved with
They're
countless initiatives over the past 24 years that said, we're going to do this about, prenatal, we're going to do this about getting kids ready for, kindergarten, we're going to do this about health, we're going to, and we have to look at our part in all of that. And so, it's not my intent to pick on any department, because I really believe that there's an application for every city department in thinking differently about this. But so much time has been spent over the years talking about, like, police tonight or social services or something like that. But until you think differently and approach it differently, then we won't make any difference in progress. So that's the whole purpose of this. And it's easy to give money to programs, and this is not a knock on the work. Council's done great work on equity over the last year, but we've also put a lot of money into more programming instead of changing how we think.
Oh, no doubt.
And so that's what I'm hoping ultimately will encourage folks to do with this.
Which again is why we all need it. So what's the next steps in that regards? Is there allocation in terms of funding from council?
I really appreciate that you guys have started with ways to give us money, and so hold on to that
Like we're
thought.
not there.
Because we're gonna need it, but we're not there yet. And so this group needs to spend some more time thinking about best ways to do exactly this issue, about how do you translate this from a one-time only training, a concept around sort of diversity, to actually change the way you
I want to
practice.
point out, Ms. Dimick, that both the doctors back there, Doctors Palmer and Douglas, made faces when you turned away the money. And they are absolutely incredulous at your statements.
Give us whatever money you want to give us now, but be prepared for another ask. So that's the next step, is for us to figure out, to do a better job being able to map out, learning from other communities, but also wrestling with ourselves about how it is we want to prepare for this sort of rollout of this context.
Is it
And
possible-
training and support.
Is it possible for us to look at having gear training?
Absolutely. Why
For them
would,
to come-
I can't imagine that we would turn down a GARE training,
For
ever.
them to
Yeah.
come, or for us to go? Like, I think that's something that's
I'd
needed
love to
in
go to
the-
that conference.
Like, I would love for us to
Bring them
pursue
here.
that in the immediate.
We're waiting to hear from them. So we applied. You have to,
Yeah, you
have
gotta
to
apply
have
to
made
be
a
accepted.
reasonable effort in order to have them even give you some sort of thoughts on it. So we started anyway. We
It's
said, this is
phenomenal.
what we're doing. And is it enough for you guys to bring us into the party? Because I do think there's going to be extraordinary learning to be done from other communities, particularly around this idea about how to influence impact and performance expectations, and not just do a lot of training. This is not about self-reflection. This is about changing behavior.
I mean, we're further ahead than most places.
In some ways, I
already.
think absolutely.
Yeah, like we have equity packages, equity funds, like equity this and that, but there's still a lot for us to do.
There's
you
definitely
for your
ground to
work.
plow. Thanks.
If I may add something too, I just want to say that what is so obvious to me and what you're trying to do, it is trying to change the culture of the organization. And we can have as many programs as we want about sustainability, equity, all the 5 points of our strategic plan. But the rubber hits the road when it's implemented. And the people implementing are our staff. And if our staff aren't mission-driven, it's not going to happen. It doesn't matter how much we do as a council. So I really appreciate the fact that this is an understanding that the culture of the people that do the implementation has to be on board with the very principles of the organization. And I'm seeing it, it's the equity lens, but it's having an application to justice and environment and health, everything. And that's really insightful, and it's going to be extremely hard, but it's essential. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just say, just a comment on that, it's not just staff. I think council, the years that I've been coming before being here and after being here this year, how long have I been here? Year and a few months. The body as a whole will have to look at itself too, and the direction that we give the staff members and the tone that we set in the community too. And we'll just have to be mindful about this work as we are approaching, 3 seats up, and how we feel about this work getting done. So it's not just staff, because I've been in a lot of rooms where staff have had ideas or things that may get us to a holistic, more holistic place, and we are giving them different directions. So council will have to be on board with this shift too. Okay. Anybody?
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank you
very
again to
much.
these folks who are doing
Thank you
those work.
for everyone
Well,
that's
well,
submitted, and thank you.
Yeah, that's great. But then when will we hear,
Yeah.
when will we hear back in regards to the next steps? So what are our timeline for what happens next? I know we have to hear from Garrett, but then that's just one component. What else is going on?
When
in
you
the
want us to
meeting?
come back?
Well, I think I just trying to answer, but I think part of this is that since, Mr. Murphy made this, probably the most important part of his work during this interim time is that this is probably why we're being presented with this overview today. And that as a council, when we are discussing work plan with our new city manager, then this is a time for us to have the conversation about this work continuing and, talking about the value that we place in it. So I think that's the...
And in the meantime, if these folks are willing to keep meeting, I assume you endorse that prior to the plan being approved.
Yes.
So is that
So
making that
I
group an
was
official
flippant
commission?
about when do you want us to come back, but this group is very specifically working towards identifying concrete goals and some expectations around process for you all to consider. And that's when we'll come with a huge money ask.
Yeah, that's fine.
That was a joke.
But I think we have
We
to.
may need some money,
but
but some
we have to look at
change in
sorry.
infrastructure and all that.
But I think we have to look at formalizing that group into so does that group become an official advisory task force, or they become a commission? Because that's how it's done in other cities so that they can remain maintained on the books. Because if this council changes and they say, oh, well, we don't have a priority in terms of equity like the last one does, you want to be able to have some kind of substantive policy measure and steps that we've taken to ensure that this group remains just like the planning commission.
But
or
this
the advisory
group
task
was asked to commit to 6 months of meetings, and so I can't commit to them that we'll continue to formalize that. But this group has also identified the need for some continued both staff and community member combo advisory board, however formal that gets defined. And so that will be part of the recommendations for what the structure is for continuing to support this.
And the 6 months for this group is up when?
In like a month.
So
But
that's
they-
when they'll come
but
back with, so then.
You can
we-
tell they want to keep meeting.
Yeah, okay. So then we'll expect to hear from you guys again with the
that Dr.
recommendations
Douglas?
next month.
How about, they're going to work together for another 3 months. That'll coincide with when you're talking with Dr. Richardson about his
Yes.
Work plan.
plan, and hopefully those things will align. I think why this has been an advisory coming out of the city manager's office is because it's very intentional to focus first on our internal business before we turn our views out to what we're going to do impacting out in the world. And at that point, you want an advisory group and you want that to be council appointed, I understand that.
I understand that part wholeheartedly. I just like for us to communicate these things so that everyone is very clear in regards to our expectations, so that no one's in the dark and we know what's what. So I know clearly when I can hear back from you all or expect to hear back, and then what the next steps may be so that we can plan accordingly. That's all.
I hear that we'll be back here with our formal recommendations within 3 months. And I hear that that will include some conversation about, a recommendation about how it is the work gets continued with either a formal commission or some other kind of advisory.
In the gear training. If we can
And
get it.
training.
So,
Gotcha.
can I just a quick question? Do we have employee resource groups here? Anything like that? Because that's another way that in the private sector sometimes that you're institutionalizing diversity as a value, is creating these employee groups that create more, and they create a chain up to management about issues of concern, and you can create more of them, and it's a way to really empower employees and create a much more dynamic organization around a lot of the topics that you're talking about. But it would, with the new city manager coming on, it's obviously key to know what he's gonna want to do. But that's as opposed to one commission that would kind of talk about this topic in the way that might be a way to go. But these ERGs is another way that I know that.
So far, our
Some
conversations have
organizations are.
always been yes and so we
Sure,
haven't
yeah.
chosen one or the other. We've believed that we're going to need multiple methods, formal and informal, to sort of get to the outcome we're describing, and that includes interdisciplinary, employee-driven groups where there's a
Right.
sense of safety to be able to explore and take risks around this kinds of issue. We do have some of those effective teams right now in the city, and so I think there's a culture for setting those things up that would be easy to ride on.
Great. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Everyone's covered. I'm not gonna.
All right. Let's go. Thanks very much.
Thank you so
And
much.
I do want to thank Mr. Murphy as well for
Yes.
making this such a priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the Charlottesville Retirement Fund and divestments considerations.
Good evening, Mayor Walker, City Council, members of the public. My name is Jason Vandiver. I serve as City Treasurer, managing the city's investment portfolio, and I also sit as a member on the city's Retirement Commission, which is a 10-member body charged with oversight of the city's retirement plan. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. Before I start, I'd also like to recognize Chris Cullinan, Director of Finance, and John Blair, City Attorney, who helped prepare the memo that you can find in your council packet. My role here tonight is to provide you with a fascinating overview of the city's investment portfolio, and both within the city's core operating funds and within those set aside specifically for the city's pension plan. This report was requested by council as there's a growing interest in the individual holdings within the city's portfolio. There's some public support and council interest in potential divestment from certain asset classes, and that's what we'll be discussing tonight. So it's important to note again that there are two separate pots of money that we're talking about here. The first is the city's core investment portfolio, and that's comprised of our operating funds, and that's just used to conduct normal city business, and depending on what time of year it is, that portfolio ranges from $50 to $100 million. And that portfolio is managed by our office with the primary objectives of safety, liquidity, and yield in that order. Permitted investments are governed by the Code of Virginia and the city's own internal investment policy developed by the city treasurer. Within this portfolio, the city holds investments such as money markets, CDs, negotiable CDs. There's an investment in a state government investment pool run by the state treasurer. And there's also short and intermediate debt obligations from both federal government and corporate agencies or public corporations. The second portfolio of note is the city's retirement plan. And that is comprised of approximately $154 million in assets. And these are funds that have been set aside for both city and employee contributions for the future payment of retirement and medical benefits for city employees. The plan's assets are diversified across the market with holdings in domestic and international stocks, real estate, agriculture, and fixed income investments, such as government and corporate bonds. City code stipulates that the fund shall be maintained for the exclusive benefit of employees or their beneficiaries, and they're held in trust by the city. So these are not general operating funds. They're fiduciary funds held in trust for plan participants. So included in your agenda memo is further detail on the plan's investment policy and more details on specific fund managers and what their specific mandates are. So the primary questions before you today are, what is divestment? Why would the city want to divest from certain asset classes? Can the city divest from certain asset classes? And what would the process look like to divest? This is primarily precipitated by an interest in our investments in fossil fuels and weapons manufacturers. Specifically, the retirement fund currently holds about $1.6 million in direct energy investments and approximately $2.2 million indirectly through index funds and other commingled investments. Just some examples of holdings that would apply there would be Chevron, Royal Dutch Shell, drill manufacturers and things like that. So regardless of what sector you might be interested in, it's important to kind of first take a step back and understand some of the concepts in the social investing space. There are a lot of different terms that are sort of used interchangeably. They've changed over the years, and the sector has definitely grown a lot, and there's a lot more interest in it now. And so the first area that is sort of the umbrella that all of this falls under is sustainable, responsible, and impact investing, also known as SRI. And this is sort of an investment strategy designed to generate both long-term financial returns that are competitive and at the same time generate positive social impact. SRI strategies include the consideration of what are known as ESG factors, which I'll talk about in a moment, positive or negative screening, so either including investments that align with sort of your moral or ethical guidelines or screening out ones that don't, community investing, shareholder resolutions, and shareholder engagement. So ESG factors, which I mentioned a moment ago, that stands for environmental, social, and governance factors. And these are additional factors beyond financial performance that might be considered when you're constructing a portfolio. And these strategies are sort of layered on top of a fundamental financial analysis, and they may or may not be financially driven, but they're sort of additional qualitative or quantitative factors that someone might use when they're building a portfolio. And then, of course, divestment, which is one type of SRI investing where certain sectors or companies are excluded from a portfolio based on specific criteria. So it's important to note that any investment decision taken by the Commission or any guidance provided by Council must be done solely in the interest of the plan's beneficiaries. So we all collectively have a fiduciary responsibility to plan participants. So I'm a fiduciary, everyone on the Retirement Commission is a fiduciary, you all are fiduciaries. And so that's just something that we need to keep in mind. And I don't say that to imply that we can't pursue a socially responsible investment strategy, but that investment decisions can't be made solely on the basis of collateral social objectives. They have to be rooted in a financial interest that aligns with the plan's members and beneficiaries. So you have to kind of put the work in to get to that point to make those sorts of decisions. Certainly the interest in responsible investing has exploded over the past few years. Individual investors have a lot of options when it comes to this area. In the institutional investor space, which we're a part of, private pension plans would be a part of that. Most of the activity that we've seen has been within endowments or foundations. They have a little more flexibility than public plans do. Currently, there are not any public pension plans in Virginia who have implemented a widespread divestment strategy. Nationally, there are several plans that have been in the press recently, such as New York City, who have indicated a desire to divest from certain asset classes, and they've just started that process. So that's something that we will be watching for sure. So what does all of this mean? For the city's operating funds, which does not have the same standard of fiduciary care, we have a little more flexibility than we do on the retirement plan. So as treasurer, I'd certainly be open to a resolution supporting the divestment of operating funds from the sectors that we're discussing tonight. There would still be a process involved in taking that step. I just want to reach out to our investment manager, make sure they understand what we're asking them to do, and then if it's council's desire, come back in June with potential language for resolution regarding the city's operating funds. The retirement fund is a little bit more complex. We have to be able to defend both the investment decision that is made as well as the process by which that investment decision was made. And so the commission is currently engaged in an RFP for an investment advisor. And there are several criteria in that RFP where we've asked them to detail the experience they have working in sustainable investment practices, as well as any divestment strategies that they've undertaken for other public pension plans. We're expecting to get those results back towards the end of this month and make a selection next month and hopefully have a contract executed later this summer. So our recommendation in regard to the retirement fund is to allow the commission this summer to make a selection from that RFP process and then immediately engage the advisor on this issue. So I hope you can see that there are a lot of moving parts and complexities involved in any investment decision, and that a prudent process takes time to develop and implement. I've met with many of the representatives from Divest Seville. Some of them have spoken at the Retirement Commission. They've spoken before you as a body. And I think we understand the importance and urgency of this issue. And we look forward, if it's council's desire, to dive into this topic over the next few months and come back with some actionable steps and a path forward. So with that conclusion, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
I do have a couple questions, if I may, Mayor Walker. So with regards to the retirement fund, because it's in the city charter, to change the criteria from, say, loyalty and care to the more flexible criteria of the operating fund, that would require an amendment to the charter, which would then require General Assembly permission and all that, right? I just want to get a sense of the difficulty.
Yeah, I'm not sure we could do that. I'll defer to
Right.
Mr. Blair.
Well, it's in the city code, but it's also part of state law.
Okay,
as a
I needed to-
fiduciary
okay.
responsibility as a trust.
And then the other thing is that is there ever a situation where a municipality would provide the pensioners a choice so that there was an option to have a much more socially responsible pension fund? But that, I can imagine that has a lot of difficulty in managing that, but I just wondered if that was ever done.
I don't know of any examples of that being done. I do know that, not all of our employees are in the pension plan. Some of them are in a defined contribution plan where they are able
Okay.
to select their own investment options. And so one thing that we could look at is seeing whether it's possible to add socially responsible investment options to the
I would
defined
like
contribution
that.
plan.
That would be great.
So they select their options based on a list that, or how's that?
Yeah, so people who have that particular contribution plan, they can be very explicit in the choices they're making and the selections of what they're investing that money in, or they can put that money into a fund that is targeted for their year of retirement, right? So, I mean, it runs the whole gamut. And some people feel great comfort in really doing the research and picking and changing over time. And some people I'm aware of chose the day they became an employee and have never moved the money. So, I mean, it really depends on the individual. There is a lot of choice, though.
Okay. And how stable is our retirement plan? overall? Like currently?
Are you asking about the pensions?
Just so, not the, so the retirement fund, is it a very stable?
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably depends on how you're looking at stable. I guess I'll answer it in two parts. One is that the asset allocation that we have is fairly conservative when it comes to pension plans. It's broadly diversified, so in that sense, I would say that it's stable. The funded status of the plan, which may be what you're referring to, is currently about 56% funded. And you may remember several years ago, we implemented a sustainability study and plan of action where we were focused on improving the funded status of the plan, and there were several action steps that council took to improve the funded status with a goal of doing that within 10 years.
Okay. What year was that?
That was like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, so we're a couple years into that.
So at 56% funded, and I guess based on your presentation, we wouldn't be able to make a decision that decreased that in any way, right? So how do you all weigh the divestment and also making sure that people have their retirement when they are ready to retire?
I think a couple different pieces of that. It is at 56 now. We've been making some progress. The goal at the time was to get it to 80% funded status by which year?
Within
Jason?
10 years?
Within 10 years of when it started.
So,
yeah.
Hopefully that will be something. I'll say that like 2018 was not a particularly good year, and 2019's been a particularly good year. So it is dependent in great part on the markets, right?
And is 80% the standard?
I think that's a goal. I think that there's another side of this. What's the acronym OPEB stand for, Jason?
Yeah, other post-employment benefits.
Right, which the city and I guess all localities are going to have to report on this. We've been putting money aside into that for much longer than other localities, so we're in good funded status on that. It's the combination of all these factors that we want to be looking at. So in that regard, it does stabilize the whole pot.
This other post-employment benefit?
Correct.
Okay. And so was that part of the strategy to make the retirement fund more stable, or was it a different?
We budget for them separately, but I think it is strategic that the city started budgeting for it before it was necessary or measured. Yeah.
Okay.
It's fair to say that one of the reasons that we're going out for RFP is because we're looking at other approaches that we can take to the overall fund and how we manage that fund.
Yeah, and I think to your point, Mayor Walker, about what impact would divestment have on the funded status, that's one of the things that we need to look at. There certainly is competing research on whether you can attain the same rate of return if you divest from a significant asset class, such as fossil fuels and energy. There are several very public studies that have said that you can absolutely achieve the same rate of return. There are others, that say something different. And so that's why we would want to make sure that our investment advisor is looking at our particular asset class to understand what the implications would be for the city of Charlottesville and not some hypothetical fund somewhere else.
And would this be something that, would it be a retro decision or would it be a moving forward?
I think it would be prospective.
Yeah, moving forward, most certainly.
Okay.
Yes.
Mayor Walker. I wanted to thank also you for your work. I think, but I really appreciate the topic being raised because it could go in different directions, like your memo lays out. And to me, I'm really eager to get advice and to look at through the RFP the socially responsible track because it's just philosophically, it's really different to say we're going to use the funds that we have to fund new benefit-driven sectors. So like solar companies, that if you're saying we're going to take out, we're going to divest, that's super compelling because it does raise the parallel with the apartheid era and that whole tactic. But it's different from saying we're going to use the wealth that we have to invest in and enable new sectors. And the country's going through this right now. Like, we've reinvented the whole corporate structure to have benefit corporations, which allow the pursuit of socially beneficial purposes in addition to just maximizing shareholder value. So we, as a municipality, could say we're going to put our finger on the scale. We want to use this money to try to help build out whole new areas of the economy. And there's lots of research that shows that you're a number one here. The SRI outperforms regular baselines, but it's different than saying we're going to subtract these classes. It's saying we're just going to use all this money for an entirely different set of investments in these new sectors. And I'm very interested in getting advice on that. And I'm actually, like, I'm looking around, there's a lot of stuff online about SRI for entities that want to invest in municipal bonds, but I want to know what's out there where a city has said, we're going to use all of our money in these investment strategies that, like a lot of private sector people are using. And I just want to know more about it.
Would that be something that we get out of the RFP process with the consultant?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as it's detailed in the memo, so, divestment is just one strategy.
Right.
And Councilor Signer's mentioned other strategies that, hopefully an investment advisor, we can find one that has experience in that and kind of walk us through all the options that are available.
I'm very interested in that as well. So, because it sounds like defining the certain terminology section in your memo, where you've got the sustainable, responsible, and impact investing, and then you've got environment, social, and governance factors, and then the third piece is divestment. So I think what we're saying is that we're interested in the top two bullets, too. So I for one, am very interested in after the RFP is issued and the Retirement Fund Commission works with the consultant to come up with a strategy, an evaluation, then we'll convene in the summer here and we'll decide whether or not we can actually move forward with those 4 steps that you've outlined. But then with the operating fund, we could tell you right now tonight that we do want to move forward with a resolution supporting an effort to divest.
Yes, and that can come back in June. And I do want to just to sort of make it clear now, ultimately those decisions do rest with the city treasurer, but the council's resolution would be encouraging that.
Yes. But so you need to speak still with your advisors to craft the resolution that we will be adopting in 2 months, or?
So for the operating fund, if it's your desire, I'd be happy to come back in June. And we have some sample language. I just would prefer to have a memo that's specific towards the operating fund and a resolution that just deals with the operating fund that we could bring back. But it's basically done, and we could have it ready for you in a couple weeks.
Because that's just next month.
Yes.
Okay.
So, just to summarize, perhaps move on to the next 7 items. We'll ask Mr. Vandiver to come to one of the 2 June meetings to talk about a specific strategy on the operating funds and his work with those. By the time that we go out to RFP, select the advisor, and they're able to do the work to advise us, I think we're probably talking early fall, September, October timeframe to return to council as far as the retirement fund goes.
But I would very much like to see a resolution about the operating fund in our council memo in June. Is that
correct?
That's what I'm hearing is
Correct.
possible. Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you
Great.
very, very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. All right, next we have the Homeowner Tax Relief Grant Program 2019. First, a one reading.
Hello, Mayor Walker, members of council, Mr. City Manager. You're halfway home tonight, I think. I should thank you for giving me the opportunity to say something nice that our office does now that personal property bills have all landed and everybody's kind of irritated with us right now. I'm here to talk about the Charlottesville Housing Affordability Program. You guys gained some familiarity with it if you didn't have it already back during the budget process. There was some discussion of expanding the grants. We actually expanded them last year over what they had been for a long, long time. But I think you decided this year we were going to go even further. This program is authorized, or the basis for this program comes from the city charter. It has to kind of roughly adhere to the parameters of the VHDA home loan program. The maximum home value is set by that program. The income threshold is set by that program. Without giving you everything about it, what we're proposing is to increase the income threshold this year from $50,000 to $55,000. The maximum home value will remain at $375,000, which you raised last year. The grants themselves, you're proposing applicants making $25,000 or less in annual income would get full relief from their real estate tax. Those making up to $35,000 would get $1,000. Those making up to $45,000 would get $750, and those making up to $55,000 would get $500. It's a very generous program. It's a very popular program. When you consider this with our real estate tax relief program, we serve over 1,000 families. One of the things I know the mayor wanted me to talk about was some of the outreach work that we do. We do a really deep dive on this. We identify every single parcel in the city that is valued less than the threshold, in this case $375,000, and we literally send a letter to every homeowner who is not already in the real estate tax relief program. So literally everyone should get a letter about this if they own a parcel that qualifies in the city. We also run a few ads in the paper over the course of the year. We have flyers in the real estate tax bills. We do a little social media stuff. I've recently spoke with Mr. Murphy, your outreach coordinator, and I think he's lining up some things to do. Do a little radio, a little TV here and there. We try pretty hard to get the word out, and I think we do a pretty good job. That being said, you guys have any questions? You can be here late.
We're not going to be here late, don't say that.
And I believe we talked a lot about this during the budget season.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm ready to.
I'm good, I'm ready.
Oh, I have, wait, I'm joking.
Yo, you was about to get it. You was about to get it.
This is all the stuff we talked about in the budget, so I hope it's right.
I'm joking.
So anyway, I hope I answered your questions.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much.
Okay, so any additional questions? No? All right, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt an ordinance to establish a grant program to promote and preserve home ownership by low and moderate income persons within the city of Charlottesville.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, please vote.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
That carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay.
Great work.
Next, we have a resolution to support federal legislation for a carbon fee and dividend policy to address climate change. First, a one reading.
Excellent. Good evening.
Good evening.
So this resolution is in support of federal congressional action to adopt legislation at the federal level for a carbon fee and dividend policy to address climate change. A carbon fee is one of two leading economic approaches for placing a price on carbon to then bring its social costs that are currently seen as externalities into what the price point is in the market. The other leading approach to doing this is cap and trade programs. RGGI, which Council has supported for a number of years, most recently in its 2019 legislative packet up to the General Assembly for Virginia, supported the RGGI. In terms of looking at what the impact can be of having this adopted at a federal level, economists, depending on what their slant is, tend to prefer either the cap and trade model or the carbon model, but there is, a carbon fee model. But across the board, there's understanding that both of them can be effective in terms of moving the markets towards pricing carbon effectively. When you start looking at a carbon fee model, what ends up happening is you have a revenue mechanism that ends up collecting fees in from that carbon. The big question there is what happens with those. And again, amongst economists, there's different approaches in terms of how to best use those funds that have been derived. What's currently being looked at the federal level is where it becomes a direct payment back to households across the country. And so in this way, it's something that our households feel directly. The way that they have it structured is it's on a per capita, per household, the way that the money gets distributed. And what they are looking at is different ways that it can actually be distributed monthly. So in terms of what this impacts, back in November, I was in front of you and shared some data that came out of our 2016 greenhouse gas inventory. What we saw at that point were some significant reductions in terms of the carbon from City of Charlottesville, not just us as an organization, but community-wide on our electricity sector. Those reductions were paired with an actual increase in the consumption of electricity during that period. So the way that we end up consuming more electricity, but yet having the equivalent reduction in carbon is because during that same time period, Dominion changed its fuel source to something that was a lower carbon fuel source. They started closing down their coal plants and instead they switched over to natural gas. What these mechanisms, whether you're looking at RGGI or you're looking at a carbon fee, what happens is it brings that price point into businesses like that then creates competition in the market for them to actually have fuel sources that are lower in carbon be the more economical choice. What that means in terms of Charlottesville and its carbon reduction goals is what we do on a day-to-day basis, similar to what we saw in the 2016 inventory, that doesn't necessarily change. But the impacts that we're having environmentally, the impacts that we're having on the carbon that's getting released, that changes around us. So looking specifically at what this is, RGGI, which would be, if it's implemented at the state level, that has a narrower scope on it, that would impact 43% of the city's emissions profile. A carbon fee and dividend policy at the federal level would impact 90% of what we have of our carbon emissions profile. What this is structured as, particularly with the dividend and the way that they're proposing to reallocate those funds directly back to American households, ends up benefiting city residents, including our lower income households. By activating different market mechanisms, I already spoke about how that then changes the context around us of what we're doing. But additionally, as was mentioned earlier, we have a host of renewable energy companies here locally. Those are lower carbon fuel sources. So it starts to stimulate that economic activity and their development and growth. When we look at what Charlottesville has been in terms of a leader of supporting policies like these, on the Citizen Climate Lobby website, there's 130 U.S. municipalities and states that have adopted resolutions in favor of a carbon fee and dividend policy. And so if Charlottesville does this, it's similar to what Charlottesville's stance was with RGGI at the state level, but at this point it's supporting those policies federally. So the resolution before you is in support of not a specific type of legislation or a specific bill at the federal level, but it is a resolution in support of having an annual fee, an annual carbon fee. It is in support of the dividends being returned back to households and being done with, I want to make sure I read it correctly, a progressive incidence, that's the economic term, that is how that gets structured out so that it benefits what our households and our residences are. And it also includes something that speaks about imports and exports so that our businesses as a whole of the country don't become negatively impacted by this if we're trading with partners that do not have those same type of policies in place. So, yeah, that's all I have to say right now.
Mayor Walker? So I'm a huge supporter of this. It's probably the best federal mechanism to actually address the problem the best way. I had a kind of killjoy, annoying procedural concern, which you sort of addressed a little bit, but I wanted to ask about it, which is if this council were to make a habit of talking about compelling, critical federal policy all the time, we would be, that could crowd out large parts of our agenda, because there's healthcare and minimum wage and social safety net. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we get pass resolutions about and talk about them. And I wanted to try and understand what's the limiting principle for like here, why would we do this now? And, or is there something special that we're going to do with this? Like, do we make sure that it gets into the hands of the two senators and Congressman Riggleman, and really that they understand that Charlottesville has stepped into this, that we really want this as a municipality. We're trying to, but like why, I mean, just to talk through a little bit, if somebody comes to us and they say, we need you stepping forth on this, on the need for a more complete federal health care bill, why don't we debate that and pass a resolution on that also? Why don't we, I mean, I could go through 12 other issues, right?
Is that being?
Yes, that's my question.
No, I'm saying the healthcare, you're just using that as an example.
A
Is that
minimum
happening?
wage, I mean,
Did
you could talk
miss that?
about infrastructure policy, I could talk about, I mean, I could go through cancer research, I mean, you could go through lots of federal issues that would impact us as a city that we could be talking about here and passing resolutions about.
I don't know if this is a question, or usually we have a debate after a motion's been made, so I'm not sure about the procedure right now.
Well, it's a
Yeah, I
question.
think we
It's a
were just
question.
Yeah,
asking
this is a
the-
question.
Yeah. So I think there's probably a variety of different perspectives to take on that. One, and I think it's part of what you're getting at, is, what should council's time be put towards? If there are, an infinite number of policies and positions that council wants to support, our meetings could very quickly end up stretching out to do all those. For this one in particular, I would reference a couple of different points. One of which that this was actually brought forward by residents in our area in terms of for council to endorse this. We have endorsed RGGI before as a city, and so this follows suit on that same track. There is legislation in Congress right now that has bi-party support. And in addition, I would say, I'd reference these are kind of part one and part two of the same sort of side of the coin. When Charlottesville looks at what its reduction goals are, there are the things that Charlottesville can do within its own city borders. The potential for something like this to be able to affect and change the context and the opportunities around us to affect 90% of that it's huge. And so to be able to support policies that can have that effect that are not within our control, but to be able to signal and to stand with other communities, to speak to our federal level and say this is where we are, I think that does carry meaning. The other piece that I would say is that kind of part two of that side of the coin is the report that came out from the IPCC, which will be a little bit talked about more later, but also is talked about by the public earlier, that came out in October, made very clear what the environmental and climate crisis is that we're facing, and also that we have a 10-year timeline to make some significant changes, not just at a city level, but at a much larger level. The role that this country plays and what those signals are to the world is a huge piece of that as well. And so I think I would suspect, and you need someone to go back and look through previous motions and meetings to say what are those issues that have risen to the top that make that the thing that council for that meeting addresses as its policy. But that urgency and that very clear motivating message, I would say, is why this one is coming at this point in time.
Okay. All right, any other questions?
I just
All right,
want to
is
say
there a
thank
mo-
you very
call a
much, Susan. It was a very good presentation. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt a resolution in support of federal congressional action to adopt legislation for a carbon fee and dividend policy to address climate change.
Second?
All right.
And
Any-
all I would like to say is the person that originated is that I think there's even more of a sense of urgency now since the regional greenhouse gas emissions initiative has been vetoed by the Governor Northam did not exercise his line item veto power to remove a line in the budget that was prohibiting Virginia from being a part of RGGI. And that's in conflict with what the Air Commission recommended, that Virginia do join the regional cap and trade program. So that now is still off the table because the Governor Northam did not exercise his right to do a line item veto. That to me, that makes this even more urgent and applicable to the fact that the climate crisis does not have a border that ends at our 10 square miles. It is the very kind of thing that we must be in partnership with multiple communities, multiple states. And that's why this is, in my mind, appropriate that we pursue this right now.
All right, any other comments? All right, there's a vote, so please vote. All right, so that carries 5-0. Next, we have support of key focus areas to address in the City of Charlottesville Climate Action Plan, first of one reading.
Thanks. So that's me again. So I just referenced a minute ago that I was here back in November, right around when the IPCC brought their report out. As a reminder, back in June in 2017, City Council committed to the Global Covenant of Mayors on energy and sustainability, and that was part of the City Council's response to the U.S. withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement. As part of the Compact of Mayors, it is structured that there are 3 different phases to it, each with a 1-year timeline. The first phase was updating our greenhouse gas inventory, which is what I brought here in November to share with you that data. We are now in the phase 2, which is to set a new greenhouse gas reduction target. What we had looked at back in 2011, the city has actually surpassed, so this is timely for a couple of different reasons. In addition, coming on the heels of what we've heard with the IPCC report, what they are seeing in terms of climate data of what the changes are we're seeing ecologically and what the rate and pace of those changes are, it also puts a good context around what it is that we're trying to address. What we set out was an opportunity for the public to provide input during a Part 1 public input period on what we should do as a reduction goal. During that period, we had 3 different things available as avenues for residents to speak to us. One was on the city's website. We put a questionnaire where we asked questions about how did they want these structured. When you get into setting climate reduction goals, you can get very, very in the weeds and very technical. And so we structured these questions to be more about what were the type of things that people wanted to see in this. How did they want us to spread those reductions? How did they see Charlottesville as a leader, and how important was that to them in how we set our goal? We actually concurrently during this period, UVA is undergoing an effort to set a new reduction goal and to update its climate action plans, and the County of Albemarle's as well. All 3 organizations came together to work on our community engagement. We set up a joint website called climateactiontogether.org, and on there we tell the backstory of what each organization is doing, what we're each trying to achieve, and we're trying to use that as a platform to have a centralized place where people want to get involved in these conversations. They can go there and then link to the individual websites about specific initiatives or programs. Additionally, people could email us with what they want as their input, and a number of our community groups actually took that and started reaching out to try to gather signatures and work with our business community and work with our local schools to understand what did they want for the city to look at when it's setting its reduction goals. And then they packaged those into letters that were then brought to you all on, I believe it was the March 18th meeting. So during that period, we had we tried to kind of coalesce all the comments and input so that we could have a discrete understanding of what was being provided into this process. So that was from February 14th through March 17th. In attachments to your council memo is every single piece of input that we received. So every response that we received to the questionnaire, including the open comment fields, any letters that we received in, all of the signatures that are with those, all of that is in your attachments. As a summary of what we heard from the community, we heard that it was very important to our community that we have goal alignment between the County of Albemarle, University of Virginia, and the City of Charlottesville. When our residents think about Charlottesville, they don't look at it necessarily as stopping at that jurisdictional border. They're looking at what the services are in their day-to-day experience, and they want to see that cohesion and cooperation regionally. They understood and referenced what the IPCC had reported out in the fall. And over 90% of respondents felt it was very important that the city's reduction goal reflect what the IPCC reported back in the fall. They want to see Charlottesville as a leader, both within our state and our country, and then a little bit lower, but still important within the world. They want us to have interim targets as well as our overall goal. In terms of how do we pace our reductions, if we offered the idea of if we have a 30-year target, do they want us to have even reductions across all of those 30 years, or do they want us to front load and have significant reductions at the front or significant reductions in the back? Some of this speaks to what our expectations of what do we need to achieve. Some of this also speaks to what is the believability of what can we achieve. And what we heard back was that they wanted us to front load it. They want to see steep reductions on the beginning of our goal and then accomplish the rest after that. In terms of identification of sub-goals, they want to see that amongst both our individual sectors within there, but also across our strategies. So that means when we move into our phase 3 with our planning, which is what comes after we set this target, they want us to be identifying goals around what are we doing on a renewable energy? What are we doing in terms of efficiency? What are we doing in conservation? What are we doing in terms of our commercial sector, our residential sector? And they want us to segment all those out as best as we can with what we're doing with our plan. And what I've heard in talking anecdotally with people is they want us to do that so that we have something that is measurable and something they can anticipate and something that's actionable and clear of what we're going to be trying to achieve. We added a question in there about addressing equity and how clearly did they want equity to be addressed in our planning process. Overwhelmingly, the response was that our residents didn't want it to just be one of a mix of strategies. They want us to very clearly say, this is how this strategy addresses equity. This is how this approach addresses equity. These are the challenges that we've inherited from our built environment over the years, and these are how we're going to try to address those in this. In terms of looking at measurements and accountability, and it was spoken to earlier, not just waiting until we're at the point of our goal to measure it, but having actual milestones and ways, steps along the way where we can check in and see how much success are we having yet. And in addition, the focus on recognizing that all of this isn't going to happen by waving some sort of a magical fairy wand. We need to start looking at what are the investments with this, and not just looking at what comes out of the city's revenues, but what is out there in the private sector, what is there in our financial institutions, and how can we start putting structures into place that take these technologies that while they may have a high upfront cost, over the lifetime they pay themselves back more than one time. So how can we better align that with financial institutions and with funds that are available so that those then handshake and make it easier for our residents and businesses to actually be able to make these investments and start reaping those benefits up front. So what this means in terms of where this staff's draft goal, recommendations for draft goal is that these are in line with what the IPC put out for targeting a limit of a 1.5 increase. What they recommend targeting for that is a 45% emissions reduction by 2030, and then a goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. In terms of all those different feedback points that I just shared, pretty much all of them align with that. In terms of pacing our reductions and getting a bigger increase up front, 45% and then carbon neutrality doesn't quite match that, but it does give us an interim point. And so I would suggest, and I'm laying it out for discussion, on the idea that what we do adopt has that 45% by 2030, but that there's also a spirit that if we see opportunities to exceed that, that there is an embrace of that and an interest in not just meeting those goals, but trying to achieve more than that if we can, because we know that carbon neutral is coming further after it. In addition, looking at different sub-goals, we're going to have to go into our phase 3, which is what comes after our target. That would be by this time next year is when we would want to have a draft climate action plan. And looking at, once we identify what those strategies are, what makes sense in terms of more refined sub-goals than just the two part of 2030 and 2050. In terms of addressing equity, I think that is a conversation that, as we heard earlier tonight, there are a lot of different pieces to it. And there are other communities that have been looking at how do you bring equity into these conversations around climate action. I think it's something that, knowing that our community wants us to address it at this level of specificity helps direct staff's efforts of how we are going to structure the development of our climate action plan over the coming months. Included in your council memo a couple of points. One of which, when you look at low-income households, they dedicate up to 3 times as a percentage more income to their energy costs than to others, which means that for them, when they're looking at something that money is already scarce, a larger percentage of that is having to go just to pay your utility bills. When we start translating that into what does that mean in our climate action plan, we're not just looking at how are we addressing our carbon reductions, but we're addressing how can we improve what that quality of experience is for those residents. Because if they're spending $400 a month on what their bills are for a small house, that's money they're not able to spend on other things for their families. That also means that their quality of experience in that home is likely not that enjoyable. When it's cold out, they're cold. When it's hot out and it's humid, they're inside their home is hot and humid. Naciville had an article about 3 weeks ago, and one of the small segments that they had in there was one of our local families that has had improvements done in their home. And the quote that they had in there, it referenced the reduction in their energy bills, but the majority of what they referenced was that their home stays warm when they heat it, and it stays cool in the summer. And that's to them, when I talk about how can we bring equity and how can we improve the quality of life through these climate action strategies, I'm seeing those environmental benefits. I'm seeing what those energy benefits are. But for a lot of our residents, it's that day-to-day experience on what do they use that energy for, and how can they accomplish something better for less, and also contribute to the environmental benefits with it. And so I think those are the sort of pieces that, as we start moving forward, we need to make sure we're weaving that into our climate action plan in terms of how do we talk about our strategies, that we're bringing in these multifaceted pieces that reflect core values that echo across lots of different initiatives that we have as a community and as a city. Moving through to not just the draft recommendations that are before you, if you have comments today on that, there's also a resolution. And that resolution has 4 key focus areas. This is not meant to encompass the totality of what our climate action plan would look at. These are things that we have heard from our community members. And so we were including them here because staff agrees with them. And we wanted to provide the opportunity for that to be affirmed for our community members, that they are being heard and that they have every reason to believe that these topics will be included in what comes out as their climate action plan. Additionally, these are topics that, in order for us to have a realistic conversation and actually get down to talking about what are these strategies, what are these impacts, what's feasible for us to include in an action plan, staff is going to have to do some advanced research, which means we're going to be looking at deploying our time, deploying some resources, and also working with partners inside and outside of our organization to be able to look at and understand what context are we talking about to then be able to bring that into our climate action plan. And so before we do that, we wanted to put it before you all and get that confirmation, get any sort of feedback on that that's where we should be putting these resources, that these are topics that are expected to be addressed when we bring together our climate action plan. So moving forward from now, there's time for you all to discuss it. In addition to that, we're opening up a second public comment period that will go through the end of this month, through May 31st, for you all or anybody else in the public who wants to provide feedback on our draft recommendations. And then we will package all that up into another council memo for you all with all of that as attachments. And the goal would be to bring that before you on the July 1st meeting as a proposal for adoption of the new reduction target. And that would be before our next reporting deadline, which is July 10th, for the Covenant of Mayors in terms of updating them on our progress.
So I have a question. Just when you all make recommendations to the city, let's say on fleet, then what happens after that?
When you say when we make recommendations.
So if you made recommendations for how to reduce the carbon footprint based on, let's say, electric buses, the city will then do what with that? I'm just trying to figure out, like, after the recommendations are made, what happens after that point with what's being recommended.
Yeah, so I think one of the first parts with it is starting to look at just doing a feasibility understanding. The technology's been developing and looking at how our actual usage is, the actual deployment of our buses in terms of when are they making stops, when are they available to charge, how many miles are they traveling in the course of a day. And once we have a sense of what that means, looking at a 10 or 30-year climate action plan, it would then be looking at, well, what are those replacement schedules? What's the potential cost impact? Currently, there are resources with partners to help us do that analysis right now that places we're members of. The state, through the VW settlement funds, has put out, and they're going to be announcing, I believe it's next month, localities in Virginia that are going to be replacing buses with electric vehicles. The federal level has a low-no grant, which will pay for both the infrastructure and the vehicle replacement fees. So there's a lot of options, and so what comes after, in part, is saying, well, what is the feasibility, the actual practicality of implementing this? What are the anticipated costs for that? And then looking at, well, what are the resources and those timelines so that if there's grant opportunities coming up and we know that aligns with a replacement of a vehicle and it's feasible and applicable to have that new technology, we make that part of the conversation. The other piece of it is that while the technology I suspect will be applicable for some of our uses at this point, I suspect there are going to be other uses where it isn't quite there yet. And so again, looking at a 10 or 30-year type of plan, it would be identifying through that feasibility analysis, what are those gaps and why is it that it's not ready right now, so that we then can put into our plan some sort of time point to say, okay, so either when it hits this threshold, we're going to start re-engaging on this topic, or if we're not sure exactly when it's going to hit that, we can say, well, in 3 years, we're going to start doing an annual, regular review every 3 years on this topic.
Okay. And then for households and energy, improvements, how is it evaluated how much better it is than before? Because it can be, who is doing that work?
Yeah, so some of that depends on which program by which it goes through. So I'll give you a couple of examples of it. What we end up pulling in with our greenhouse gas inventory, that's at an aggregate level. So that is looking at the sum of all of our residential accounts all together. And so if we start seeing a shift across that entire portfolio, it'll start to appear there. When we're looking at programs that are funded by the city or partially funded by the city, and we know the providers, we have opportunities to see some additional data that's a little bit more refined. Some of that is things such as blower door tests in terms of saying, like, how leaky is your home. Some of it, if you start looking at what the building code is, the city of Charlottesville can't enact anything that is stronger and require anything stronger than what the state offers. But what the state has adopted is an amended version of the international code, which those amendments in the past have actually brought our energy performance back to 2 or 3 versions of the older version of the code. So we have that's a standardized code that's out there that if the city was going to be investing in funds, we could say, or investing in building, we could say, well, this is what the state says, but if you want these additional funds or you're building these things for us, we want you to meet this actually international code. This is the standard.
Any other further questions?
Yeah, oh, good, you go ahead. Well, and I just for later on, just to make sure that I'm not adding and subtracting something and making things worse, but number one, this is a great report, and I'm now just speaking about the resolution, but the questionnaire results was also pretty stunning, how resoundingly clear the public wants to make sure that we are a leader in sustainability. But there was a comment from the questionnaire that really stuck out for me, and it was one of the comments was, finally, improving urban mobility is the most cost-effective carbon reduction action available, largely due to the associated benefits from improved health outcomes, air quality improvements, physical fitness associated with increased walking, biking, etc. The city should commit to an overhaul of urban mobility, improving transit options to the extent that density allows, and road dives to allow for safer and more frequent pedestrian bicycle trips. That was echoed in several comments. But when I look at your 4 directions, that doesn't pop out clearly to me. And in your whereas, it's like, it wasn't, like the Streets That Work wasn't referenced. So I'm just asking you, would be better to put a little language in there to make sure it was, I underscored that this transportation mode shift and choice matters a lot for sustainability. And one of the whereases does mention mode shift, which is having the multiple modes like walking, cycling, and taking the bus. But I guess this is just your professional opinion. And you getting enough direction that you know that we want you to focus on the transportation sector and with what you've written as your resolution, or should we add something else?
That whereas that you're referencing, where it kind of speaks to the, I don't want to say smorgasbord because I feel like that diminishes it, but the wide range of different transportation strategies, that was partially included to acknowledge that there are a lot of different types of strategies that all tie into transportation. In terms of what the city has adopted around Streets That Work, its bicycle pedestrian plan, what's gone up to the MPO area, I feel like there's direction, at least for me, similarly with
All right.
comprehensive plan, that is all stuff that will be looked at when we go into phase 3. However, if it's something that council feels like they want to, put a little bit of a finer point on, I don't have objection to adding it into this resolution. Specifically with the new technology of integration of zero emission vehicles and supporting that that transition in the community, that's where I think there's a little bit more study and research that has not yet been done. And so that's why that was included in this resolution. But this resolution is not meant to be all encompassing or to say that these 4 things are the only things that are going to be addressed in the actual development of a climate action plan.
And again, this phase here is just to help give you all guidance on where you can kind of parallel path, kind of moving forward. And then again, so you're saying it's the July date is when there's more of a formal support for those goals. I'm just trying to understand how kind of all these moving parts
How they all fit together.
are fitting together. Because ultimately, then we're going to see very discrete, actionable things that can be done over the course of a long period of time. So I'm just trying to get a sense for.
Yeah, okay, so as part of phase 2, we're setting a target. After we finish setting a target, we're going to move into the development of a climate action plan. So in terms of the recommendation or the draft recommendations for our target, that's based on what we've heard from the community. We wanted to bring it back to you all and also to allow a second public comment period before we brought a final proposal for adoption. So that's one track. The other piece, what the resolution is starting to aim at, is looking ahead to when we get to that development of the climate action plan, there's some things that we've been hearing consistently from the community they want involved in that. And that there's also things that staff would really need to prepare more information for to be able to effectively address it. So we're trying to kind of front load a couple of those things now to acknowledge what we've heard from the community and to give staff direction to prepare for phase 3, but not yet jump into the planning development part.
And there's clearly a lot of interest, and there's a lot of groups, and I'm still having my head spin trying to keep up with how everyone is organizing themselves. But if there's a time where we should be tapping our local community, this is it. And so I guess, what is your strategy for how you kind of maneuver the complexities of all of them and more?
Yeah, I'll just add before you answer that back to looking at, programs and initiative of the city through an equity lens. I know when you start even talking about like modes of transportation, if I had to rely on public transportation, and not because it doesn't function that well, but because I have almost no time flexibility, then it wouldn't work, for me to be able to get, family, kids, get where I have to get and be at work and here. So just, I would, hopefully we're getting a wide range before we start making some of these presentations, because we have to also understand the limitations that, certain people within the community will have on this working for them and possibly not against them. And hopefully that's taken in consideration. And I fully understand that if the earth if we are wiped out, that won't matter. But while we're here, we would need to make sure that, people are, that when we are recommending, these policies, that we're understanding that's, it wouldn't mean the same thing for someone who needs to get 3 children somewhere to be able to bike, or if you have to make 5 stops within 30 minutes, then the bus isn't necessarily going to work for you. So the holistic, look at, someone working 2 jobs, 3 kids. I'm just thinking about my life right now. It would have been very hard, and has been, for me to use alternatives to, transportation. So.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're talking about a behavior change aspect, and that was one thing that I brought up before, the carbon fee, is it changes the environment around us, but we don't necessarily have to change the choices that we're doing. When you start talking about behavior change, what that time is, how much of a hassle is it for somebody to either learn that new behavior, or just that planning and saying, like, I don't have enough time to do this. I can't take all these extra pieces into a consideration. That's, I would say, probably one of the most precious resources on that is what's that time factor. When you're looking at how do you do a plan for a whole community, how do you do it over 10, 30 years, there's not going to be one silver bullet. It's going to have a lot of different ways, and I hope that becomes part of the conversations, is looking at how do you move parts of the community, how do you move parts in. One of the common type of charts that end up coming out of climate action plans is this thing called a wedge diagram, where you start with where you are, and then you say, well, this strategy gets us this far down, and then here's this strategy which adds this bit, and then there's this which is this. And I think visually that really represents that there isn't one size fits all, and you do need to have that plethora of options, and really think about, maybe for like your household of kids, there's different options you have than what I have. And some of that's going to be geographic based. Some of that goes into what are we doing with our land use and our zoning. If you have to make 5 stops in 30 minutes and they're in different parts of the city, that's more challenging than if they're all co-located right in the same area. And so that's part of a conversation. Going to partly to what you brought up of what does that look like moving forward, some of that is still being sorted out on how do we start bringing in all these different pieces of the conversation. What I'm hoping to do is in part build off of what we're seeing the county doing as its outreach, and what we're seeing with UVA in terms of how they've effectively been able to handle these pieces of it. And some of it I think is going to be identifying certain topics around what can we be talking with the community around at this point, and then really try to bring in those different lines of conversation, but also doing some of that advanced research to tap what is the expertise we already have here. One of the things I brought up in the fall was in terms of how realistic is it for us to expect these sort of carbon reductions. And if you start looking at things like in the solar industry on how costs have come down, but also how you still have a single solar panel, and what that panel will produce today than what a panel that was produced 10 years ago will produce are very different, because the technology has advanced. And so how do we bring these anecdotes in so that it might not be, exactly what we can't necessarily predict what we're gonna have as technology in 10 or 20 years from now, but at least speaks to what's possible, so that we can then talk about strategies, and also how do we build an iterative model into our plan that we can keep bringing these new opportunities in.
I just think it's really important that we do tap all of the energy, no pun intended, but in like just, both there's Will currently here, and there's just a lot of folks who have just dedicated themselves, both their professional and personal lives, to this charge. And I just, even selfishly speaking, it does help us to know that you're coordinating with that, because I've gotten, we've gotten, I know Councilor Galvin, I've had 3 different meetings, or maybe half a dozen meetings with different groups, and I'm just having trouble even just making sure that we're all chopping along to the same progress. And so it's just helpful to understand what strategies are being taken to engage these organized groups, especially in a meaningful way, to ensure that we are all kind of pressing on.
Yeah, and I would say one thing is, it ends up, I feel like, always this blessing and a curse, that by having something that's still kind of in the molding and that has some flexibility, it allows us that as we hear what's effective, or we hear things that aren't effective, we can adjust and take that into account. One of the things which, I've heard from you just now, but also from others, is that within the environmental groups that are focused on climate, they've also come together, or a number of them have come together in a coalition, which then helps with that communication through. And so it helps with us to be able to have like a point of contact to say, okay, this is what we're doing. They can field all those questions and then bring them to us, and then they can disseminate that out to the community.
I agree, but I also feel like a couple more popped up even after that. So I'm just, even when we're trying to explain where some of the sources of these requests are coming from, it's just helpful to have as much streamlining as possible.
Yeah.
I think everyone
I
has the same
appreciate
goals,
that.
so.
Yeah, and I think if community groups, in different focus areas can like see that as a useful model, similar to on many of our committees where we end up with chairs that represent different topic areas, there may be some of these strategy groups that it makes sense to do that, where then it's somebody who's kind of the coalition point of contact that coordinates within their coalition, but then is part of a smaller conversation so that, if you're doing a working group, you have a working group, not a room this size trying to do a working group.
Okay. So is there a motion?
So moved.
What's the motion?
Second.
And if I may just make one comment, I have no amendment, but if, for the record, if it could just be stated that it is our understanding that the work of the Regional Transit Partnership, the Bike Ped Plan, and the Streets to Org Plan will also be factored into the criteria for moving forward with this resolution.
All right. And so there was a second?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
been seconded.
All right, please vote. All right, carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to take a break and come back at 11. So make sure.
I swear, we really need to come back at 11, like for real, people. 11, please.
Calm down.
It was like 25 minutes last time. I got babysitter I'm paying by the hour.
Yes. All right, I call this meeting back to order. Now we have the request for approval for the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority to establish the Charlottesville Community Development Corporation. First, a one reading.
Mayor Walker, while Mr. Duffield is coming up, I'd like to just make a very short announcement. I forgot to say this earlier, specifically for the Housing Authority and for all of her honor and valor. Can we give a happy birthday to the Honorable Miss Joy Johnson? Can we give her a round of applause and birthday?
Happy birthday.
To you, led by Brandon Collins on the G note. Go ahead. It's like a F note. I don't know what. Happy birthday to you. You know.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh my God.
What?
Yeah, I told you not to do that.
Since when do I listen? There you go. All right. There we go.
It's clear.
It's good. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll point that out. Who's in our heart line?
Mayor Walker, members of council, this evening before you, you have an item requesting approval to create the CCDC, the Charlottesville Community Development Corporation. This request comes on behalf of the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority Board of Commissioners, and is a request that will enable CRHA to create the legal entity needed to house and further our tax credit efforts. Under Virginia Code, we're required to have a separate instrumentality to receive tax credit funding. The nature of the instrumentality needs to be a for-stock corporation. The existing the existing Community Development Corporation under the Housing Authority is not a for-stock corporation. Other than that change, the two entities will be structured identically, and CRHA requires your favorable consideration this evening of this request.
And I do have one question, where's my question? Riverbend, they're helping to, I guess, just get the legal measures in place, but will that be it? In terms of, will they have a?
Oh, no, they will have no vested interest in the
Okay.
corporation at all.
Okay.
No, that's an excellent question,
Okay.
right?
That was my only question.
And I was just confused, something came across, and it might have been from Brandon, but does it have to be, I'm not going to modify this tonight anyway, but I'm just asking that, and going forward, does this corporation have to always mirror the CRHA membership? I guess a question for, well, I guess you or Mr. Blair, I'm just curious.
Yeah, from what I understand, there is a requirement to have the membership mirror because the Community Development Corporation will hold real estate assets on behalf of CRHA. Should, for some reason, the projects themselves not come to fulfillment, CRHA needs to be able to reabsorb the real estate asset. And is that, I'm turning to my legal counsel here, Counselor Norris. Would you mind joining me, please? The questions are getting tougher, and yeah.
Did my legal counsel have anything to weigh in on that? Sorry.
And that's essentially correct. For as Mr. Duffield said, if it's a instrumentality with a mirror board, then the assets of that instrumentality automatically revert to the housing authority. If it's not a mirror board, then they don't necessarily automatically revert to the housing authority. And it's very important for the housing authority to maintain ultimate control of those assets.
I'm sorry, and that is accurate, that if you want the assets of the Community Development Corporation to, in effect, revert back to CRHA if there is a if the Development Corporation dissolves in some way, that would automatically allow those assets to be transferred to the Redevelopment and Housing Authority.
The only reason I ask is just because there might be just some skill sets that might be beneficial for just more of this focus than wanting to be part of that broader organization, but I just wanted to understand what flexibility there was, and there doesn't sound.
And those skill sets are certainly represented on our broader development team that Riverbend and the Housing Authority and FAR have assembled. We have a broad range of players on that
Right.
team. Yeah.
But they aren't going to be formally on this, yeah. Okay.
I do have a question. I'm not sure if I can phrase it right, but so can the Housing Authority and the CDC both float bonds? Or is it just the authority that can float bonds, and then the authority could then give that resource to the CDC to operate?
I believe that's correct. I don't believe the CDC has the statutory authority to float a bond issue.
They do not.
Right.
But an authority does?
Yes.
And I can see that's why that's another benefit of this mirror kind of arrangement. And you think you need, because one other way we could have, to address Vice Mayor Hill's idea would be to just give a preference to any future appointments to someone with a development experience or someone with a banking experience. Okay. But it would be just kind of a preference, but it's not something we could obligate.
Correct. That's, the statute itself doesn't enable the council to require or specify that somebody has to be an accountant or a banker, but certainly when you're making the appointments and taking applications, one individual has to, by HUD regulation, receive benefits from the housing authority. Or two. Is it two?
HUD says one.
HUD says one, right, and I was about to get to city says two. But in terms of the other 5 members, I believe one has to be a council member per the city charter, and then the other 4 are sort of at your discretion. You can say, when you take applications, we prefer somebody with banking experience, somebody with development experience.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
So you have to
I don't have any
vote
further
on this?
questions.
I believe it requires.
We can vote.
Yes.
We have
There's a motion?
Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that council
There it is.
formally adopt. I'd like to make a motion that council formally approve the formation of the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority, CRHA, of the Charlottesville Community Development Corporation, CCDC, a nonprofit entity.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All right, please vote. That carries 5-0. Next, we have the Charlottesville Supplemental Rental Assistance Program update.
Thank you, Mayor Walker, members of council. This evening, I have a brief presentation concerning the CRSA program. So as we prepare and as we begin, I would like to say initially, thank you. Not related to this item, thank you for your support of our tax credit applications recently. We have received preliminary scoring. It appears that both of our projects will be funded, and that's absolutely huge. It couldn't have happened without the hard work of city staff, particularly NDS staff, in making some very tight deadlines come together. It's phenomenal. And certainly your support has been absolutely instrumental in making that happen. Still have some hurdles to go, but it's a nice start.
Great job, Mr. Duffield, as well as members of FAR, city staff, CRHA staff, and all community partners. It is absolutely great news that we received in regards to the LIHTC application. It took a lot of hard work. We were at the deadline, but you got it done. So kudos to you all.
Thank you, thank you. Tonight, before we have a review of the Charlottesville Supplemental Rental Assistance Program, I'm going to walk through just some history and spend a few minutes and bring you up to date on where things stand today. Let's see. As you council will likely remember, in 2016, the RCLCO created a study on behalf of the city, at the direction of the HAC, that, among other things, requested, that led to a request from council of the HAC to the HAC to come up with a strategy by which 5 items could be implemented, the top 5 opportunities that the HAC saw to impact affordable housing need in Charlottesville. One of those recommendations was the creation of a supplemental rental assistance program. That recommendation came from the HAC in March of 2017. NDS presented the recommendation to council in May of 2017. The HAC also presented the program concept to council in July of 2017. And then the council in October of 2017 approved the CRSA program and initiated the project. CRHA and the city finalized a contract in January of 2018. The initial parameters included $900,000 of funding. The initial funding agreement required those funds, specified those funds to be expended within 2018, although the term of the project ran to June 2019. 25% of the funding was required to be held back as a program reserve. The concept being that should a future council determine they no longer wish to fund the program, there would be ample reserve to let the program run out, if you will, and give folks enough time to find other accommodations. Also involved was a 10% operating reserve to protect against any fluctuations within the rental market and the utilization of the program itself. That left $607,500 available to the program for operational purposes, $292,500 for total reserve. Parameters included a requirement, obviously, to provide assistance only to low-income families. No more than 60% AMI was eligible, and there was a requirement that participants live or work in Charlottesville. The final piece of the initial parameters were that the program was to mirror CRHA's federal housing choice voucher program. That's broad stroke. There are nuances involved there, as I'm sure some of you remember in drafting the agreement. To date, we have served 89 families. We are currently serving, as of today, we're currently serving 76 families. Of those, there's 242 people housed, 137 children under the age of 5, 103 adults, 2 elderly, and 2 disabled. On our waiting list, as of today, we have 44 families that are waiting for assistance under the CRSA program. All right. Funds expended to date, is $447,544. That's actually probably not accurate because we just had a May rent run. Let's see, we have received additional funding at the initial time of this presentation. We had little than $2,500 in reserve. We've since received $150,000 pursuant to the methodology within the grant agreement. Our monthly rental expenses, $49,875. We project by June 30, 2019, we'll expend approximately $550,000 on the program since its inception in February of 2018. Our average rental assistance today is just under $650 per participant per month. Okay. 62% of our participants reside within the city of Charlottesville. The average AMI of participants is 22% of the area median income. Okay. And the median income, not the average, but the median income of participants is a little less than, well, $14,446.
Wait, can
I'm sorry?
I might have missed, but
Yeah.
so what's up with 62% being in Charlottesville?
Yeah, there's the provision within the grant agreement is that a participant must first search for, attempt to obtain housing within Charlottesville within a 90-day period. If at the close of that 90-day period they're unable to find housing, there is an option to allow that participant to continue to look in Charlottesville, but also then look in Albemarle County as well. So that is but in those cases where that participant doesn't reside in Charlottesville, they must work in the city of Charlottesville. There has to be some benefit to the city as a whole. Let's see. As looking forward, our projected rental assistance for 2019-20 is about a little less than $700 per month per participant. Total need, if we maintain 76 families as we are today, total need would be $635,000 approximately. If we project an increase in the families served, if we move to 100 families, the total need would be $835,000. All of this is based on what we've seen as a current trend of about 7% increase in costs in the coming year versus the current year, just based on the market trend. What we're requesting is that council allocate the $945,000 that has been budgeted for the program for FY19 and 20. In so doing, by using $835,000 for actual operations, create an additional amount that flows to a reserve account that would enable us to fund a 4 to 5 month, if you would, wind down period should the program not be funded in future years. We'd also ask that council direct staff, CRHA and the HAC to restructure the current CRSA agreement per the memo that council has, I believe, received in their council package from the HAC dated May 1st. At this point, if the machine will let me do it, and it's okay, I think I'm done.
The 945,000, that was from fiscal year 18-19 though still, right?
I believe that's correct.
That's correct.
Yep.
Okay.
If it please council, I'd ask Phil Duranzio you would mind coming forward and sharing your wisdom,
I'll come forward.
if that's acceptable.
Available wisdom.
So, go ahead. Sorry.
So, thank you, Mr. Duffield, Mayor, Council. What we have here is we're at a point in this program where we have, when this program was put into place, we looked at it in some respects as a bit of an experiment. And we designed it with the idea that this was a pilot in some. So there were certain portions of it that we looked at that we weren't sure how it was going to work. So for example, we reserved a certain number of these recipients specifically for homeless applicants. We reserved a certain portion of them specifically for people who were in self-sufficiency programs. And part of that was to gauge what the impact would be in each one of those. And we have now, we are in the process of looking at that data. One of the things that would come to this anniversary is looking at that data and evaluating it. And a couple of points are that it looks like the self-sufficiency program has worked rather well in that we have had people come in and move out of the program. So there's been some turnover in that they no longer were in need of that assistance. We're also looking at the reason why we've asked for a redesign of the grant is that there are several things that we've learned as we've rolled this out about clunky matters, frankly, about the structure of the program. So we want another opportunity to look at how we can administer this more effectively. And a couple of things that are the nature of the reserve that we need. Some of that is driven by how many people we are assisting and what the projections are. It also is driven by how many people and how many vouchers are out there and when they are initiated relative to the fiscal years involved. So it's a moving target, a reserve, sort of an arbitrary reserve number we don't think is really going to work. We need to come up with something a little more dynamic. And there's some other suggestions that we'd like to sort of sit down with CRHA and staff to sort of coordinate a way to streamline this and make it a little neater and cleaner. There are requirements for banding of AMI that at the time the program was put into place was a bit of sort of described as a solution in search of a problem. We capped it at 60%, but we wanted to drive it towards the lower end of the AMI scale. But the way it's built now is a little rigid. We must use a certain percentage of the vouchers or the dollars or the number of people involved must be in the 40 to 50% band. And there's a question about is that people, is that dollars, is that number of vouchers? And what we've learned is that, well, we're wanting to drive this thing towards the lower end of the AMI scale anyway. It's pointed towards, and the original idea behind this, the genesis of this, that as some of you remember, was to look at the waiting list that CRHA has right now. And there are no more Section 8 vouchers to be had. What can we do to alleviate that? Well, 84% of the people on that list are at under 30%. So if we attack from there, that's sort of where we were getting our recipients. So there are some things we'd like to make. We'd like council to sort of direct staff and CRHA and the HAC to sort of, as we re-edit this grant proposal, to put it in a more efficient and based on lessons learned.
Thank you.
But did we get that?
What do you mean?
So you have a memo authored by Mr. Duranzio on behalf of the HAC, and it comes after considerable discussion between city, CRHA, and the HAC. And so I think in great part there's some alignment on that. I think that in any event, the current grant agreement ends June 30th. So we do need to reissue a new grant agreement. And I do think that there are a number of items that make sense to change. I don't think that when we think over a 3-year period and nearly just under, $2.6 million, that we need to be sitting on 35% of that and keeping people from getting housed, right? That's the underlying premise for me about how much set aside is necessary. And I can't rationalize that number would be over $800,000 that we're not putting into use. I think that we want to talk about a methodology that encumbers at the beginning 24 months of rent, so that we know that we have that, and then we're kind of obviating the need for this 4 and 5 month cushion at the backside of it. So I think that there's some, I don't want to bore anybody with the math, but I think that there's some things that we could do differently there. And I feel very confident after talking with these gentlemen and Miss Kelly and doing some more work on it, that we can serve about 110 people right now instead of 76, which is my interest. Serve as many people as you can with the money that council has. And we're partly in that position because we are, 80+% through this year and haven't spent any of the money that was for this year. So I think we're in good position. I think that we need to determine, it's really difficult for people to find housing inside the city, and whether council would be willing to loosen up on that restriction, and, allow people to only look in the city for 60 days or 45 days instead of waiting 90 days before they start their search elsewhere. I understand why it's there. But that's a limiting factor for a lot of people's searches.
Can I jump in right there?
Go ahead, sir.
Just to that point, so we don't lose it. Mr. Murphy and I had a discussion last week, and Mr. Blair and I had a discussion today, and we worked on some stuff. All of you should have received this earlier. We don't have to vote on it tonight, but I want you all to review it of sorts. It is a resolution essentially describing what Mr. Murphy just alluded to specifically in regards to the day limit. So it's actually changing it from, as it's currently constructed, 90 days in which they have to look within the city. And you'll see it says, now therefore be it resolved, and go into the second sentence, or little part of the first sentence, households receiving the CSRAP voucher shall have 45 days to locate and lease a rental housing within the city. And then after that, they can look elsewhere. So again, it's going from 90 to 45. And then also from the AMI perspective, I can hold off on that and allow Mr. Murphy to continue.
I think that Mr. Duranzio has correctly characterized that as far as I'm concerned. We know that there is such tremendous need in the 0 to 30 or 0 to 50% AMI category, that to have the bands where we're requiring people at the higher to be part of the program.
Right.
While we certainly understand that would stretch the dollar some, that's not where the community need is. And until we start to satisfy that lowest need, I think that we need to concentrate our efforts there.
So in the draft that I have for you all, it expands that lower tier. So essentially, it states that 75% of all CSRAP vouchers shall be issued to extremely low-income households, defined as households with incomes less than 30% of the AMI, and then 25% for those who are between 30 and 50% of the AMI.
Is that too restrictive for you? Did you want more flexibility or what?
Well, so to the extent we have thinking on this, and I'd like to say that I think it makes sense to really sort of woodshed this a bit between staff, CRHA, and the HAC to sort of figure out, and some of this is in the grant language, that administratively, all of those bands become complicating factors, because then you don't want to be in sort of this sort of almost preposterous situation where, well, we'd love to provide a voucher to you, but the percentage of people we have right now is a little offset. So we can't give this voucher to you because you're at 28% AMI, and that would put us over 75%. So sorry about your luck for where you stood in the line. And again, you don't really know what your future behavior and your future applicant and your future income is going to be, so you can get yourself sort of tied up and sort of constipate the whole process trying to keep these bands going. So in some
It's a nice
respects.
way to describe it.
Yeah, so, well, you know, at this time of night, you're.
Such colorful language
Yeah, that's
always
right.
from you. Phil.
That's right.
New adjective for it.
I think that the key
Yeah.
to this strategy is if your accounting for the program is dynamic enough that you have real time what's available in dollars, then you can change the requirements and have them not be quite as restrictive. And it may mean that the number is 105 people instead of 110.
Right.
But we know where the greatest community need is, and we should serve those folks first because they're going to be the least likely to be housed in other settings.
So I have a question. So I find it it's kind of weird that over a third of the recipients are living in another jurisdiction as it ends up, even if they're working here. And it's not that we need to, I mean, these folks really need help, and the housing market here is what it is. Is there any way that we could use this at long last to get us working with the county on housing, which is what we've been talking about forever? And it's not like giving them a bill, but like, let's have a meeting of the staffs and say, hey, guys, we are helping a couple dozen families that are living in your jurisdiction. We're helping you. Get on board. We need to treat this regionally. We've been talking about it for a long time. This is the opportunity. It's not going to be, let's start working on this. Maybe this next budget cycle, but come on, you gotta, this is the reality. But it is
would
weird
point
that
out,
we're, I mean, it's like they're not
I think the
our
trick is,
residents
Mr. Signa,
after
that
this.
this program required them to look in the city, and there was no stock for them to go get housed.
I
in.
know, but it's just, but they end up not being city residents. So I get it. I get everything you're saying, but it kind of is not, if they're not city residents, then you, unless we're doing a regional approach to help them, which is what we do sometimes with transportation or lots of other programs, it just seems like we ought to have something going on with the county if we're ending up recipients of a city program live in the county, that we ought to have something going on.
Certainly, and as an individual lives in the county, support a landlord that holds property outside the city, that contributes to the tax base there.
Sure.
Using City of Charlottesville taxpayer dollars. Now, if that individual is working within the city, certainly they provide benefit to city enterprises that.
But if they lose their job in the course of the year, we don't take away the benefit, I would assume.
We have recertification periods. I don't believe we have, at this point, taken away.
Yeah, I can't, it wouldn't be, that would not be a good thing to do.
I would just, we're going to, in exactly 1 month from today, be in a joint meeting with the council and the board of supervisors.
Well,
It's
this
perfect
is
timing for that.
explicitly under the MOU. We did do an MOU requiring our staffs to work together on housing and redevelopment, and this is a program where, like, let's at least do a meeting with them and say,
Right. I think
participate, let's work together.
It's something I think that we can have the discussion on, but just for the conversation of tonight, I think just, for the sake of time.
Yeah, and I do have one quick
belabor the
question,
point.
and it's not a quick answer, but the problem then with the city property and the city rentals is that they're too high. Can we change our limits on so that more expensive units can be applied for with a voucher because what's limiting the stock of housing? It's the cost, and do we have limits?
Well, there's an absolute limit, in just sort of sheer numbers and occupancy. that
Okay,
is not-
so it's the numbers, it's not just simply a certain, it's not just the rate of rent.
There are a couple of recipients.
Price point is an issue also.
Yeah, there is a price point, but there are a couple of recipients where the monthly is somewhere in the $1,600. Yes. The monthly support is $1,600 and change, so that's not so much a limit, it's just we don't, and that sort of leads into where this fits into the larger picture.
Yeah.
So we can provide these vouchers, we can tweak this program so that it runs faster, leaner, and more efficiently. We can expand, we can sort of clean up the requirements, we can look at the data coming back on our special little, on the homelessness side and on all of that. But we also need to coordinate things like this in available housing stock and types of housing and how we can, we may be able to expand this to 110, but we may not have another 40 units to find.
Yeah. And I would say, my apologies, I didn't read this. I had Ms. Thomas send it to me Friday and then forgot I'd asked. And so everything was sounding real, foreign to me. And that's why. But from what I'm hearing, we also need to be clear about when we put, like the 2-year time limit. That's not going to be enough time for most families to be able to afford a $1,600 rental. So when we're thinking about the restrictions that we're putting on the program and the time limit, then we definitely need to look at that if we're talking about price points within the city, because what would it reasonably take for someone to be able to move, their income within a 2-year period to be able to afford to stay under the 30%.
I think at the onset,
limit.
the program imagines that is the time where they would be reevaluated. That would be this process where Mr. Duffield's staff would find them eligible again. I don't think it was intended that 24 months would be the sunset on the subsidy, should it continue to exist. I think that 24 months, as I've articulated in the past, is the standard in housing subsidy programs for people to have that opportunity for at least 24 months, because a lot, of the movement has been towards this more rapid rehousing model where you have access maybe for 24 months, but you have to recert every 3 months, right? We were trying to reduce the administrative burden on Mr. Duffield's staff and saying there wasn't any recertification by his staff. But at the same time, we did layer in like AMI and some of these other structures to what they need to do that make it more difficult. And a good example of that is this is 100% locally funded, but we said that they needed to mirror the HCV voucher. Well, when it comes to shared housing, right, where people are essentially renting a room and then sharing all the common space, HCV doesn't allow that. But we could, and it would allow a lot of unaccompanied adults to get housed inside the city that we are prohibiting from doing so right now. So that's another really important amendment, I think, to the grant agreement.
I think that's a phenomenal point, but I mean, if we're going to be honest, just from my perspective, I think we have to also look at this from a comprehensive approach, because our goal, in my opinion, just wearing a dual hat, council and housing authority, our goal should be trying to get people off of the assistance. So we don't want to get into a situation in which individuals are dependent year after year, and then you have multiple years in which individuals are dependent on this. We want to be able to provide assistance in which individuals can gain the skills to be able to command the kind of salary or be able to have whatever it is that's necessary to be able to get into the job market so that they can kind of start help themselves. Now, obviously, there's several mitigating circumstances and some people would just need this help. But I think that we have to also look at this as a comprehensive approach. I was in, anyway, I saw a program not too long ago in which there was a partnership, just like we have, residents on the job, but there was also a component in which they were teaching higher level skills with becoming an electrician, coding, programming, and so forth. We know that's what Section 3 is working on in some regards, but we want to get our residents these skills so that they can get their jobs that can change the trajectory of their life, not just remain dependent on what we're going to do.
To circle back to Mr. Murphy's point on that, and is that this is a local program. It's a laboratory, and we can be flexible, and we should grab that opportunity. And self-sufficiency program data is very interesting.
Yeah, and so the need for the program and what the community is doing holistically to address gaps in wealth and equity, those are, I think, two different things. I mean, it's sort of the debate that we keep having that has us in the situation even when we're discussing public housing and things, of that nature. So I just think that it's still, unless there's something that I don't know, for the majority of people, there may be some individuals, but the expectation that someone would be able to move in a 2-year time frame and be able to afford rent in Charlottesville when there are people earning $70,000 who can't afford necessarily rent in Charlottesville. We just have to, be realistic about that factoring into the decision making about the program.
And I just want to emphasize,
You got it.
I really like family self-sufficiency programs, but this is not that. And there's never a mandate that any of the people taking these rental subsidies, and that's all this is rental subsidies, that they participate in any programming.
And the
So if
family-
that's something council wants to entertain,
Well, there is a set aside for self-sufficiency.
Yeah, there's certainly,
20 of the vouchers.
20,
right?
correct,
Yeah.
yes.
20 of the
right,
residents.
but
Not all.
of the 89 people, we don't require them to
Right.
come. We don't escrow money for them. All the elements of the federal FSS program, we're not administering it that way. So we
Yeah.
can't imagine that those folks are going
Right.
to have those same benefits unless you're going to put some dollars behind that strategy also.
Which I think
And
is
even,
not a-
I mean, I
a bad
remember
idea.
when, I don't know who's running that program now, but I remember when it was being run before, I'll just say that.
What program?
The Family Self-Sufficiency
Oh, okay.
Program. They are hard, they are difficult programs to make successful, and to make sure, because they're not really set up really to that, I mean, I remember the conversations about what people could use the money for, whether it was business, purchasing cars, homes. I mean, there were a lot of different, how much time it took, and it was more than 2 years for them to escrow enough money to be able to do that. So there are a lot of different, factors into, making the programs like that work.
You're absolutely right. What we find in larger housing authorities that can absorb that administrative burden, an FSS program can work very well. A housing authority that's our size, it's a challenge. Yeah.
So right now, we're only looking at just the allocation of the funds. We're going to come back at another time and look at the revised version of a resolution that addresses these concerns. Because the other piece I would like to talk about at that time, not now, is just around that new agreement and making sure everyone is on board that we're going to be able to be aligned on that agreement and
Yes.
whatever those requirements are.
It's necessary that we bring you that agreement by the June 17th meeting.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, great.
Great job.
Okay.
So right now, we need a motion on the resolution.
Correct.
For the
So Mayor Walker, I
No.
move that we adopt.
It doesn't have.
There's one?
Well,
There's one for the supplement, for the funds itself.
Well,
Right, the resolution for the supplemental rental assistance program.
yeah, but in the resolution, I'm requesting that we.
This is a different resolution.
Understood.
Right.
Understood. Go ahead.
I don't have that.
Yeah.
No, what Wes is talking about.
I gave it to you in the.
you gave it in the closed session.
In the closed session?
Well, it must still be in there. Okay.
Tonight's business is just to pass this resolution.
This 945,000.
The mechanics of what we need from you
It's
tonight
the-
is move the money out of the CAF so that they'll be able to
Right.
access
Yes.
it.
Tonight is a resolution purely on the appropriation.
Right.
I think
But I'm also requesting
Yes.
that at our next meeting,
That's better.
we
Right.
look at the resolution that I provided to
Right.
you all in closed session today. And that is essentially, again, changing the date of time from 90 days to 45 days and also adjusting the AMIPs.
Yep.
Among other, I suspect there'll be.
Whether you want to accomplish that through a council resolution, or we will take that in the group that I
Right.
believe will be Ms. Kelly, these gentlemen, myself, and whoever else wants to be involved in creating the new grant agreement and.
Okay, so it could be in a new grant agreement. All right,
Yes, I think that's the
I'm okay
best
with it.
place
Yeah,
for
yeah.
it.
that works for me.
Okay.
Problem
And it may
solved.
not be 2 weeks from now, maybe 4 weeks from now.
Well, just keep in mind, right, that in addition to just having, released to Mr. Duffield $150,000, that we have just moved $945,000. So I said June 17th so that it's ahead of, the fiscal year starting. But in reality, that money is never going to get tapped for months, right? We've got a $50,000 a month draw right now. That takes us out 20 months. If we put more people into the program, it'll accelerate the pace of it, but still, it's likely that we're going to be at least halfway through the year before we need to have had the money tapped for 21,
So
or 20.
That being said, I'd like to make a motion that for the allocation of Charlottesville Affordable Housing Fund, the CAF, for the Charlottesville Supplemental Rental Assistance Program in the amount of $945,000.
Second.
All right. Please vote. All right, that carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, now we
Thank you.
have the Residents on the Job Training Program.
Thank you. Mayor Walker, members of, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Walker, members of council, for you this evening, I believe under item 11 on the agenda is an update on the Residents on the Job program that this council, I guess the previous council, this council initially funded. Yes,
Last year.
right, thanks, okay.
Yeah, it was last year.
All
It
right.
was January.
March, so.
It all, it's all a blur. Let's see. As we begin this evening, I want to thank council for their support of this program. As I emailed earlier today, I've got to share with you how much we appreciate it. As the report that went with the email, that the report to council on the Residents on the Job program. The pilot project has accomplished many of the goals established for the effort. Given the experimental nature of the project and the coordination needs among multiple partners, the year-long effort revealed numerous systemic strengths as well as areas for program enhancement. These findings are greatly informing and shaping the development of a resident-led Section 3 program modeled on the community's successful resident-led redevelopment effort. It's worth noting that although limited in its initial scope and breadth, the Residents on the Job pilot project has gained significant national and statewide attention for its successful approach to improving both lives of low-income families and Charlottesville as a whole. This success would not have been possible without the vision and leadership of this city council and its investment in Charlottesville's low-income community. I believe that you received a staff memo concerning the Residents on the Job program. I believe we've been forwarded the report to council that was submitted to the city in early April of this year. I'll walk through the summary presentation and then certainly take questions as we need. Just as some background context, in mid-2017, the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority identified 23 public housing units requiring substantial rehabilitation. We initially proposed very much a traditional approach to addressing this kind of need. We proposed that we contract out the repairs. In so doing, we would anticipated that, in the contracting process and given the limited capital funds available to CRHA, in order to tackle these 23 units, we'd have to take an incremental, sort of multi-year approach. We foresaw this taking over a 2-year period in order to satisfactorily address the needs. We received initial estimates of the work at a little over $400,000 in total cost to do the contracting approach. And we're absolutely prepared to move down that path. In the fall of 2017, FAR approached the CRHA Board of Commissioners I believe this council, and suggested rather than invest in a contractor to come and go, we ought to invest in our residents. And we ought to take that approach so that we can enhance skill sets among certain residents, give back in the community, and reinvest as part of our total redevelopment effort. As part of the proposal that FAR brought forward, suggested, look, for the structural items that need repair, absolutely. Let's contract those out. We need a general contractor, specialists who are capable of doing that. However, for the things that are non-structural, let's invest in job and soft skills training residents who very well then walk away from this experience and obtain employment. We could also, under FAR's proposal, leverage nonprofit resources and collaborations to further the project. And we could gain significant insight into what a Section 3 program actually looks like and could work in Charlottesville. In late 2017, CRHA retained Centennial contractors. They came in and did the structural work for us. As council, very much appreciates. I appreciate council's willing to invest. CIP redevelopment funds. We've put $81,000 set aside for the structural repairs. Council also allocated $110,000 for the non-structural repairs. Based with those budgets, we implemented the Residents on the Job program in early 2018, refined the project scope. Council approved $39,200 out of an off-cycle, I believe, a strategic initiatives fund to help start up the project. Project partners retained 5 public housing residents in March of 2018. Let's see, in April of May of 2018, pre-field work training began. This was worked through with PVCC, Piedmont Virginia Community College. They had OSHA 10 training, also through PVCC. Tools and equipment training with Habitat for Humanity. This is some of that training taking place here. Of the 5, from June 2018, March 2019, program participants worked 4 days a week with Habitat for Humanity. All right. Of those 4 days, at least 3 of those days were spent on CRHA sites. Okay. The work days were Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Saturday was frequently timed that the construction assistants had on-the-job training on Habitat for Humanity sites. There's 1 day, in addition, there was 1 day a week that the construction assistants worked with CRHA staff. So there was a total of 5 working days. Tuesday typically was the CRHA day, and then flowed into Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday with Habitat for Humanity. Integral piece of this was soft skills training that was provided through the city's DSS program. We came to realize that that was absolutely invaluable, and DSS was a critical partner in the project. DSS, for absolutely legitimate reasons, needed to step back from that soft skills training during the course of the program. But their involvement was absolutely, again, critical to the successes that were achieved. During this time, we had routine updates to the CRHA Board of Directors, Board of Commissioners, discussions with city staff concerning the progress of the Residents on the Job program. And as council will recall, in November of 2018, during a redevelopment workshop, we touched briefly on the success of the Residents on the Job program at that time. Accomplishments and findings, okay? We had initially scoped 23 units to complete. We completed 18 of the units of the total of the 23 that we intended to do. Key finding here is that we were probably a little too ambitious in our initial piece. I know that that's given staff some concern about whether or not funding should be allocated. It's just a case that we were overambitious, but the work that we did was solid. There's 5 construction assistants completed the PVC NCCER core craft credential. Say that frequently or quickly, you know. That's called the National Center for Construction Education and Research, and it is a credentialed certification program. Each one of the construction assistants completed and passed that. All of them completed OSHA 10 training, which is basic safety training required in the construction industry. Of the 5 participants, let's see, 2 completed the year-long program. 1 construction assistant obtained trade employment. Let's see, and there were a number of, I'm sorry?
That same person who completed, or one of the 2 that completed, also had the trade employment, or is it a third person?
No, I'm sorry. Say again?
So there's 2 that completed the year-long program.
Right.
That one, the person who got trade employment is one of the ones that
One
completed?
of the 2 that completed the year-long program. That's correct, yeah. I'm sorry. Here we go. And there were a number of key administrative findings that were accomplished as well, understood as well. I mean, out of the pilot project, and absolutely, as you'll read in staff's report, a memo to council, there's heavy focus on the fact that reporting did not occur as it was required within the grant agreement. I take full responsibility for that. I will say, and based on staff comments prior to the memo, there's a finding that says facetiously, don't aim too high. You know, look, there were staff comments that said we shouldn't be funded because we didn't hit 23 completed. Okay, lesson learned. In the future, we won't set that lofty goal. Beyond what I have to say feels a very negative staff representation of the residents on the job program through the memo. There's some real world findings that I know I'm proud of, I know our project partners are proud of, and council should be proud of, all right? Section 3 works, right? It improves families, it strengthens the community, and it produces results. And you'll see out of this project, produced great results, all right? We found, again, soft skill components are absolutely key. All right? We need that involvement. The other piece was this partnership that was put together with FAR, CRHA, PVCC, Habitat for Humanity, and the city has tremendous potential to be extremely successful. And in many ways was. There are things that can be improved, absolutely. But one of the things we walk away with is a recognition that that's a solid team. And regardless of, and again, what was presented to council in the memo, there's value here, all right? The residents certainly see the value. Kresge Foundation has funded in part a portion of the recent Kresge Foundation grant that which CRHA and FAR are part of, goes to fund some Section 3 startup, I think about $30,000. The National Low-Income Housing Coalition recognized and featured the Charlottesville Section 3 Residents on the Job program in April of 2018 at their annual conference. The Residents on the Job program has been selected by Virginia Housing Development Authority as one of 2 Pay for Success UVA lab projects to be undertaken within the state of Virginia. That funding is $50,000 to help craft the residents on the job concept into a pay-for-success model that can be replicated easily across the country. The Virginia Association of Housing and Community Development Organizations featured Charlottesville Section 3 Residents on the Job program last month as part of its annual conference as well, highlighting one of the keynote features of successful cross-partnerships within the housing area. And then NARO, the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Organizations, invited the project team to speak in San Francisco concerning the Residents on the Job program. We didn't have the funding to make that trip, but it was absolutely an honor to be part of that. The residents, we have housed 74 additional people. 58 of which are kids within the 18 units that we completed. Within the staff memo, there is questions that required to be addressed in order to release funding as a condition precedent. That apparently they were not clearly stated within the Residents on the Job memo that went to report that went to city and to council. Okay. One of the questions is, how many construction assistants are CRHA residents? Well, that's 5, and it's clearly delineated within the report to council that went to city in April. How many construction assistants completed the program? 2, again, clearly referenced within the report that went to the city. What's the current status of the assistants? One of the questions is, are they still employed with CRHA within the program? Well, the program's ended at the end of March. They're not. One former CA is currently employed by CRHA. One is currently seeking employment. One former CA left the program voluntarily, and 2 were asked to leave. Activities conducted, again, clearly defined within the closeout report. Percentage of construction assistant time spent on CRHA projects and percentage of time on habitat projects. Okay. By design, no less than 80% of the construction assistant's time was spent on CRHA projects. No more than 20% spent on habitat projects. But even on the habitat projects, that was part of job skills development. Yeah, that's right. Credentials earned, if any, we had OSHA 10 certification. We had the NCCER core credential certification. And number of additional families served, residents served, 18 families, 74 people, 26 adults, and 58 kids. Let's see. As to sort of funding at this point, Council's released $39,211, which has been used to support the project. Council budgeted $106,400 out of strategic initiatives. None of that has been released. The report that CRHA and the project partners submitted to the city requested, rather than release $106,400 in total, let's prorate that based on the fact that not all 23 units were completed. Right? So on a prorated share based on the actual work completed, just as you would if you were a contractor, that number comes to $74,748. Let's see. The 2017-18 redevelopment CIP, $81,032 was allocated, and that has been released. Those were funds that were used to support Centennial contractors. And there's $110,000 in the 2017-18 redevelopment CIP that has not been released for non-structural materials, equipment, project costs related. We request a release of $61,088 again, based on actual cost incurred. It also asks for the balances on the strategic initiative and on the redevelopment CIP. It asks council to release those balanced funds so that we can reinvest those in a Section 3, in our Section 3 efforts, okay? Ideally, I hope council can agree that the Residents on the Job pilot project provided benefits to the community. Again, that is not apparent in the documentation that's gone to council and the public. I think that needs to be redacted and readdressed. There is benefit that needs to be communicated, absolutely, and needs to be part of the ongoing public record. So, please, yeah, let's agree that there is benefit that has been had. And please, if it please council, release the funding as listed here to reimburse CRHA for labor and non-labor costs, to help seed additional startup costs around Section 3, and to fund recent modernization and unit turns. Let's see. From here, we're taking the Residents on the Job into a Section 3 program, right? And this is something that we see as absolutely resident-driven. CRHA has adopted a Section 3 policy, program policy. We have a Section 3 implementation coordinator on staff. Dave Norris is serving in that role at this point, as well as redevelopment coordinator. We've had compliance training completed for CRHA staff within the past 4 months. We've retained Section 3 consulting contractors. Motivation, Inc. has been on site on 2 occasions and conducted workshops, which I believe council has been invited to. We also have GMC Consulting, Cornelius Griggs, a company that is in process of being contracted as part of our redevelopment effort. And we have partnerships with the Chicago Housing Authority to serve as consultants in our Section 3 efforts. Again, what we are trying to do at this point is assemble the Section 3 project funding components using the Kresge grant funding, using part of the VHDA Pay for Success model funding, using existing CRHA funding out of its budget, and hopefully the funding that's Residents on the Job program, all of which is to help put us into a position to be able to take advantage of the more than $25 million, right, in capital work that's going to come to Charlottesville and to specifically to the Housing Authority in the near-term redevelopment projects. I mean, by policy, by statute, a third of that funding should be reserved for Section 3 businesses and individuals. Lastly, I think, come on, here we go. Yeah, all right, well, that's not cooperating. God, that's a shame. Yeah, exactly. It is a sign. It's a sign. It's late. You need to get done. There we go. All right. Project partners, sincerely, all right? I want to thank the City Council. You've embraced a vision that includes a continued commitment to improving the lives of our city's low-income residents. And by so doing, you're enhancing the Charlottesville community as a whole. You need to take some pride in that and be recognized for that. That's outstanding, and I'm certainly appreciative of all your vision and your commitments. All right.
So I have a question just in terms of what you learned doing this initial project, like how moving forward with future investments would you have in place to ensure that the requirements, because even these other grant, which will probably be more demanding than what the city was asking for, what do you have in place to
No,
make
and
sure
that's,
that you all
one of the key findings is we approach this as, on a somewhat a shoestring budget, with an anticipation that we could integrate easily the residents on the job program into existing maintenance and related functions. Certainly, our ability to do that with the supplemental rental assistance program and our HCV administrative structure, proven that's possible. If we had it to do again, I would build more funding in on the front end for administrative costs to help address some of the reporting requirements that, again, I absolutely own. We missed that, and that's a key finding.
But what's challenging is that I understand the perspective of the staff memo, but the reason that we have even this in front of us is because as I understand it, would not have required to come in front of us if those requirements had been met. But it's because of those requirements were not met that this is why we're having this memo. It's kind of what I'm reading here. So that this presentation request is required because of non-compliance with the request in the funding agreement. So I'm just trying to say, even one check-in I think would have helped, because now we're at a point where we have to do this,
Well, I think absolutely in the future, a quarterly check-in would make good sense. You look at the deficiencies that are listed, for instance, okay? In all fairness, right? There is a July 2nd, 2018 presentation to council.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't meet on July 2nd. That meeting got canceled. I'm getting dinged because
We've met many times since then. No, that's all.
but that's what is specifically in the funding agreement. All right? I'm telling you, I'm owning the reporting pieces. And if you choose not to fund me, that's okay.
I think there's a lot of benefits. I'm just trying to figure out how we move forward feeling differently, because I feel like the way it's been positioned is that we're not being partners in this because we're having questions around some of these things, and I don't think that's fair. I think we should be in a position where we have an agreement. It was signed with all of these things identified, and there was things that were missing. That's why staff is coming back to say that this is kind of what's being put in front of council. They want us to be aware of where some things did not get followed through on, and I think that's a fair question for them to have put in front of us. That's all.
And would it be fair for them to have put successes in front of you as well?
Absolutely, but right now.
Because there were absolutely none within this memo. If you can point to me that says one success, Mr. Murphy sent an email this morning that says he enthusiastically supports Section 3. Find me something in this memo that enthusiastically supports what's happened. I'll be impressed. Okay?
To be clear, the staff memo is to ask you all to facilitate the request that Mr. Duffield has made, which is to release $74,000. And I would point out that despite whatever the administrative shortcomings were, that the staff recommendation is to release those dollars.
Okay.
And the agreement was that Mr. Duffield would come in and make presentation about the program, not that the staff was going to be responsible for representing what happened in the program. Staff doesn't have that information. Mr. Duffield does. And if there was a need to represent that in the staff memo, then that information should have been supplied to our staff person who wrote the memo on Mr. Duffield's behalf.
No, absolutely. It was provided to you April 2nd, okay? Report to council. And many of the items that are listed as deficiencies in the additional information required are listed within this memo.
Some of them, and I would say that there's a lot of new information in the PowerPoint tonight, including brand-new requests for funding for council that staff has never fielded. So I would encourage council to release the $74,000 to Mr. Duffield and the Housing Authority this evening, as was the recommendation of staff. Releasing parts or all of the $110,000, which has never even been a request of the Housing Authority to staff in the moment because it's in a PowerPoint, I don't think meets the agreement. I don't have any objection to the prorated amount that Mr. Duffield has asked for. You know, if there's going to be a request for a total of $79,000 that was left in set aside between the two programs to carry forward to Section 3, I think that that's probably a good consideration for the council. But I guess the question will be, what's the program agreements for what that money is going to be spent on, the $79,000? And as soon as that's crafted, I think council should entertain the question.
I would.
So I have a question about, so there were the two individuals who completed, one is now employed by CRHA.
That's correct.
And so currently there is or is not a individuals who are in a program, or you all are ready to create a next phase of the program?
We would, and I'd probably like the project partners to speak to that directly. At this point, the construction assistant residence on the job program has been suspended based on it's outside the scope of the initial agreement with the city. I think there is certainly appetite to revisit that. Yeah, I think the part of the report that went to council, went to staff, titled Report to Council, certainly addresses materials expenses out of the 110 in the project budget. If staff feels that we need to continue to look at that, absolutely. And I would certainly welcome the opportunity and hope that council would embrace the opportunity to look at Section 3 efforts as part of our ongoing projects. And I will turn it over to someone who is, more birthday. No?
So relative to moving forward with the new program, we absolutely are excited. I'm with Habitat for Humanity. And
what's your name?
My friend George Johnson.
I'm John Desmond.
Yeah, right.
You're George.
We are very excited about taking this program on again, and we would love to see it funded and be able to move it forward. We're humbled to be part of it and excited to see some.
So to answer your question about moving forward, the partners need to meet again because we decided that we learned some hard lessons in this first piece. Soft skills was definitely a big problem, and that's definitely needed. We didn't do a big orientation because we were trying to do something different. Orientation definitely have to happen to talk about all of the things and, about getting to work on time and being at your workplace and those kind of things. And so those are some things that we're moving forward, we definitely have to we will be putting in place. The other thing to put in place also is the selection. We basically gave residents a chance, right? Especially residents who had barriers. But what we found out is that we have to treat it as if they're in the real world, getting a job. So those are some of the things that we have identified. We haven't meant to put it in place. Social service, DSS was a big help. And so we know that we need someone who can be there also to kind of case manage. However, if it's 2, if it's 3, if it's 5, that there needs to be some case management for people who are in that program and giving it that chance. But we have not met. We have to have a meeting we need to meet again to put that together before we can move that program on. We do have residents who are asking why we haven't started another program. And we basically say we have to revamp it, and it's going to be totally different from what we experiment with this first 5.
Is there a timeline for when that may be?
I think they were we were waiting to make sure that, because we found out that the report was, we needed to give staff a report, and it didn't happen, so we were trying to focus on making sure that happened, because we fall short on that, and so that's what they were working on. But yeah, we do need to meet, because we have residents right now that is saying, when are you all gonna start?
So who all will be in this meeting?
Habitat, my, CRHA, Habitat, and FAR.
Okay.
Certainly city.
Sure.
Right.
And then we have a city rep.
Yeah.
So if we could,
I think it would, and DSS. There's
So-
no
Well, why did
way-
they pull out before?
They, because it became a little difficult with the clients. It just became a little difficult. There were things that need to be in place that wasn't in place.
such
like-
as,
Such as we should have done an orientation with Habitat.
Okay.
And we should have done an orientation with Housing Authority so they understood what Housing Authority employee policy says and what Habitat employee policy says.
so now it seems as if we're well aware of where the shortcomings were.
Yes.
And
A hardcore lesson.
so I think the lesson's been learned. You all have articulated that.
And the reporting, hardcore lesson.
So with that being said, I think it would be great if we could get a date. It doesn't have to be right now. In terms of just next steps, if we could get a date for when
I was just trying to answer
Mayor
Mayor
Walker.
Walker's question, because we've talked about it, but we haven't set a date to meet. And I've been asking when we're gonna meet again, but the report, making sure that you all get what you needed and
That had to be first. That was prioritized.
was a high part.
So is it possible to have a meeting before the end of May?
Yeah,
So then I think when we talk about like releasing the funds or even next steps, it may behoove us, since there were successes that may not have been highlighted in the way that Mr. Duffield would have wanted to, but there's still also some questions from, seems like staff as well as our city manager. Would a possible solution be that for you all to set your meeting for your next date, provide us with the outline of when you'll be having your orientation, kind of outline of exactly what you want to do, then maybe come back before us and then we can review that portion and then look at releasing the funds?
That's new funds, or which funds?
So
are you
I think we're prepared to release the funds in this
Well, I
resolution
thought there was
tonight,
some
but then there are
okay. Well,
additional
as long
ones
as
that
No,
we're
we're
not.
talking additional
The
funds.
additional ones, we need more
That's what I'm
time
talking
and a
about.
resolution.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right.
The
Yeah.
one, sorry.
So one thing that I heard that I just don't want to lose is there was a I guess Habitat's policy, CRHA policy, and I would hope that it's being looked at of what needs to be put in place for a new kind of startup program like
Most
this
definitely.
with individuals who may not have been hired, for either organization, and what agreement both organizations can come to, so people are not trying to meet the needs of two separate organizations and they're
Exactly,
working for one.
exactly.
Because if they were expected to meet varying requirements, that in itself would have produced some confusion that could have, made them less successful.
There was a lot of intervention. There was a lot of drop what you're doing and go deal with this, right? Because they were eager. The participants were very eager and wanted to learn. And I must say that all 5 of them completed the course at PVCC. And for me, that's a success. They all got that training. They were very excited about the training. They wanted to come in and change how Habitat did things and how CRHA did things. And so that kind of had a little rub because they had learned something new from PVCC. So there were some things that we learned that we know that has to be at the front end of selection, starting, and then being right in the midst of it.
But I think something, not knowing, the full story, but if people who are actually doing, kind of pilots, if they come with new ideas, is there a way for people who've been doing things for a while a certain way to incorporate those new ideas instead of being really firm about?
Yeah, Habitat worked with, they were doing a lot of work with Habitat. Habitat really was working with them. And like some of the units that I saw that they have done, and even though I know we didn't meet the quota for the 25 or whatever it is, and that was ambitious, it's just that some of those 25 was really
bad.
above and
Really bad,
beyond
really
what
damaged, yeah.
Habitat and those folks can do. So it's not that they couldn't do it, they didn't want to do it, they wanted to do it, but it was much more substantial than what they could have done, so.
Okay. All right. So.
I don't know if that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Let me-
Yeah.
Can we move
If
forward?
I may, let me, Counselor Hill.
I'm sorry,
I apologize. I think what you're hearing is from me and from project partners, 18 months of really invested in passion for what we were trying to accomplish, and what I saw in the staff memo was really deflating. And that's, yeah, and I'm sorry that came across that way. I would ask if council would release the 74,000, absolutely, that would be welcomed. If council could make an acknowledgement that, yeah, there were benefits that came out of this program, that would mean a lot to me and to the project partners.
Yeah, yeah, hopefully y'all did get the memo that Brandon sent out. And so we wanted you all to see it from our perspective, is that, yes, there were, being that it's a pilot program, yes, on the front end, there was a lot of things we missed. That we had a lot of, I don't know, I guess I want to say, we were excited about getting it done and going, but there were some things that we missed, and we can't miss that going forward. Because part of it, the big part of this program and the big part of what happened was soft skills. It was definitely the whole soft skill, and we did not address that before going into it.
So thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'd like to call the question. And I'd like to make a motion, one, acknowledging the diligent work of CRHA, Habitat FAR. So thank you, Mr. Duffield. Lessons learned. But I would like to make a motion that we release the 74,000.
All right. I'll second it. If I just make one comment too, that, and this is not to say that staff was not being responsible and diligent as well. I think we now have a meeting of the minds here. I appreciate staff's accurate analysis from the perspective of what we usually expect from programs. And having the presentation tonight was helpful for me, because the clear pilot nature of this it hit home again, and that's what a pilot is supposed to do. It's supposed to get us to experiment, try new things, and we haven't even, we're getting new data. But I want to just make it clear that that staff, I do believe staff was doing their job as they understood that to be.
Okay.
And,
All right.
Yeah, and I would say that I think it's important, I'm glad that you all are addressing, whatever issues, and looking forward to make sure that the paperwork side of things and the updating and the reporting happens. But I said it often, and I was, talking about it earlier when we were talking about CDBG and home.
CDBG.
And home funding, that there are individuals who can do the paperwork part, but they're not necessarily making the impact part. And so for the individuals who are doing the work, but it's not necessarily showing up on paper, it is very important for us to figure out how to make that happen so that there aren't questions surrounding whether it's being done and whether it's effective. And especially hopefully moving forward with the conversations that we'll have around taxpayers' money and funding of organizations and nonprofit within the city, whatever we can do to help fix that, or the conversations that you can have with city staff. I mean, I was thinking of the economic development, and whether, I know they put some soft skills training in, so whether that would be a possibility if BSS didn't work out. So just, brainstorming, along the way and as problems come up versus, trying to, figure it out, because I think that's going to make, things work better.
I agree. It has to be a partnership. And I think that determining what are the barriers that prevented this kind of reporting from happening, maybe we have to just rethink it going forward. But the bottom line is we do have to have mechanisms in place by which we kind of come through on agreements. And if I can understand, and even when we're talking about the rental assistance program, there was things that are making that difficult to administer. And so what can we do to make it easier so that we all are well communicated with? Because frankly, we haven't talked about this since we allocated the funds. And so, with council, that's all. And so I'm just.
Okay, so.
Lessons learned. Great.
All right, please vote. That carries 5-0. All right, next we have the West Main Street Skate Project update.
Someone order us breakfast? Take an omelet.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, or good morning.
Good morning.
Good
morning. You're right.
Good morning.
Tonight, we are bringing City Council an update on the West Main Street streetscape project. On March 21st, 2016, Council approved the conceptual design for the project. Subsequent after that, on May 15th, 2017, the City Council also approved the schematic design plan that set the stage for the current phase of the project, which is a design developed for the whole stretch of the street, and then construction drawing for phase 1, which runs from Bridge Street to 6th Street. In the process of completing this phase, some issues came up, and since Council designated itself as the sole reviewer of the project, so we decided to bring those issues to the City Council to get some directions. One of the issues is Lewis and Clark and Sakagawa Monument relocation. As part of the schematic design, it was recommended that the statue should be shifted to the southwest of the current location, about 20 feet from the current location. And staff also learned that there was an expression at the City Council to completely relocate the monument to out of the current location. And staff had a concern for this particular issue raised by the City Council. So we wanted to get some kind of direction from the City Council, what the council position is. Staff will prefer that City Council reaffirm the decision it made as part of the schematic design, which was to shift the statue to the southwest of the current location, about 20 feet. The reason being that if the statue is completely relocated from this project site, it could result in some kind of impact in the funds that we are currently we've been funded by the state of Virginia. And the other issue we had was the historic interpretation. This was a directive from the city council to go back to the community and then work with the stakeholders in terms of identifying potential sites that will reflect some kind of cultural interpretation so that there will be inclusive representation on the street once the project is done. There are several recommendations that staff had that is before the City Council tonight. Some of those recommendations regarding the historic interpretation includes the bridge and bridge builders recognition, wayfinder signage, which will include ways to direct folks to the Thomas Jefferson School and Heritage Center, gateway elements, and then etched pavers that will indicate historic sites and locations which have been carefully considered and vetted. And prior to working on this with the stakeholders, Jeff Warner, it's back there, and Ms. Green, Charlene Green, they play a critical role in terms of coordinating the stakeholders. There were several meetings that took place in the neighborhood and at the church on West Main in terms of discussing the potential interpretation locations, and at the end of the day, we were able to come to some kind of consensus and recommendations, and those recommendations are contained as part of this staff report. The other issue we have was the raised crosswalks that were originally part of council directive, but in the course of the design project, there were several issues raised by a certain city department, fire department, drainage department. Some engineering staff at NDS raised those issues. The consultant decided to ask that council provide some kind of clarification because staff is requesting that the crosswalks be eliminated as a result of those issues raised by staff. So tonight, we have the consultant here that can respond to some of the questions that the City Council has if staff cannot. And what is before the City Council tonight is to provide direction to staff in the form of attached resolution to the staff report regarding the monument, historic interpretation, and the raised crosswalks. I can answer any question that council may have. And again, the consultant is here. And then Jeff Warner, who is the historic preservation and staff for NDS, is also in the building.
Mayor Walker, do you mind if I just procedural questions? So this actually came up with Mr. Murphy. So it's listed on the agenda as a report, but this is actually a resolution. We're making a decision tonight, and there's a draft resolution that has these packaged. There's 4 items in it, so we could ask questions now. But in terms of getting, like, if we're going to have debate, somebody should make a motion for that draft resolution, and which has all 4 items, unless there was something. That's what staff is recommending.
Yes,
just because it's
Yes.
12:45. Okay.
So, Mayor Walker, I do have a question. So, with regards to the spot that's being reserved for the statue as it moves, there's nothing that's prohibiting that from being the location for any statue, correct? It could be some other statue moving forward. It's not something designed specifically for the statue that's there now. Is that correct? Because it sounds to me that, I'm continuing on this train of thought, that there could be another track of process that is initiated sooner or later. Not tonight, it's too late, but maybe next month, where we begin the process. And I was rereading the Blue Ribbon Commission on Race and Public Space that did talk about that there are other public places that need to be looked at. Didn't cite the particular statute in question that we're talking about tonight, but it did seem to me that there was a series of steps that need to be undertaken to bring the public into full discussion about this, and we're not there
That's
tonight
correct.
at all.
That's correct.
So I just want to know that the way this has been designed is there flexibility in whatever goes there. It's not like this statue needs to be there to make this design work. If there's another statues in there in the future, that's fine.
I think the issue is the statue that is right there now. So, the statue that is right there, at that particular location right now, I think that's what the issue is. There is a space to the southwest of the current location, that could hold a statue.
Right.
If there is a proposal for a new statue. But what staff is recommending is to shift the current statue so that the street can be realigned. And then this particular location, this particular location where we are proposing to shift the statue, will be designed like a mini park.
And I understand that, but there's no reason why that couldn't, if over a process, when I think we need a process, but if over a process of this community decides that statue should be moved someplace else, it's not going to destroy the design.
No.
And I'm saying that it's not something that we need to be allocating money or taking money away from the West Main Street project. There's two separate things.
Yeah, it will, but I think it could, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it could impact on the timeline for the project.
So I have just a question about, has anyone looked at a redesign of that space that didn't include the statue? And if there's another statue commissioned in the future, if that was the location that we wanted to put it in, that we would.
We want to make that flexibility.
Yeah, but not just to move the statue there just because it's what works, is what I'm saying.
In order to, good evening. In order to build the triangular park, we have to move the statue in order to create safe traffic and pedestrian circulation. So through the design process, we identified an appropriate location for that statue. And
so that's what I'm asking, did you all identify, drawings where there wasn't a statue?
Yes.
There, okay.
Yeah, we identified an ideal location where either that statue or some other sculptural element could be located. So the park could be developed without the statue being moved. It would have to be moved in order to create that space. But if it were moved, we've identified in the future, and it can be next year, 5 years, 10 years down the road, that there would be an ideal place